Well,
Hello.
hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It is colder than a witch's tit. It is into here in sunny Guernsey. We're about to get our first batch of snow for the year, probably our only. And here you all are stuck with us. Marvelous way to spend a Tuesday evening. Here at Rolling the Owls, we take these things very seriously. Who would like to recap from our wondrous little host here? Don't all jump in at once.
I've been so deep in editing, I can't remember basically what happened like
I was just straight up
10
dead
minutes ago.
last week when we were gonna run. But
It has unfortunately been 2 weeks.
Yeah,
a full
2 weeks.
fortnight since last we met due to a technical issue. In fact, we're here by the skin of our teeth,
yeah.
considering the broadband issues we've been having.
If
I suddenly drop out, it's because my internet service provider thinks it's okay to charge me for 30 megabyte minimum download prices for something that I could get with a V6K modem. Which, luckily, I have everything prepared for all of you in the handout section. It turns out your little excursion here is turning up some real gangbusters bits of kit. But we'll continue about that after our little recap. Who would like to recap?
So, last time, in Rolling in the Isles, we met the dude. The crypt thing, one might even call him.
It's a thing from the crypt.
Indeed.
Stranger chat.
The crib thing.
Han decided it would be funny to shoot basically just was it like a rod that was on fire?
It's a magnesium flare.
Yeah, it turns out sun rods are a bit more dangerous than. It's a glow stick, not when it's made with magnesium and phosphorus and nothing else. And black powder.
Mechanicus in chat summed it up pretty well by saying, summary, Han did a war crime and caused a WWE match featuring JonTron.
I forgot about that.
Yes.
I didn't.
It's fine. The Geneva Conventions have not yet been made on the prime material plane.
Yes, they have. It's like nearly World War II.
Shh. This realm of existence has not signed on. It's fine.
It's the timeline, huh? It's not the Dole office.
Details.
But yes.
The Geneva Convention's just like Kosovo, innit? You can choose to recognize it or not.
It's just like the race of a half black, half white child. They're white when you like them, they're black when you don't.
Also, Aiden, don't forget to unmute yourself when you're talking.
Fuck!
It's okay, you
probably
picked some of mine.
Yeah, you can hear me secondhandly through Bill, apparently. So.
On a really good day, you can hear through my microphone what you hear through
which is weird. It must be some latency thing where it's like,
because I have a Wi connection, you have Wi-Fi.
Right, I'm on Wi-Fi, you're wired, so.
We've both barely got that. Be that as it may.
Oh my god, yeah, we've been having internet issues still. But I think maybe we're looking at starting to find a solution.
God makes a thermal lance. Well, I hate to bring some motherfuckers out there, but it's very trivially easy to make very anti-Geneva Convention weaponry.
Fucking drinks.
Excellent slurp.
Look forward to the episode in the future where everyone gets to flex their military and war crime breaking little muscles and gets to show off to, I don't know, a king or some or a merchant or something exactly what they can make when given a budget. But that's not for another day. As we there was a bit of a shindig, including a anti-personnel flare, is that fair to say?
Yes.
All got dreadfully complicated. There was a Minotaur, and then there wasn't a Minotaur. And now our intrepid heroes here are left with a few trinkets and a lot of locked doors. So, shall we reconvene?
Let's.
I believe one of you here now has a vibrant purple robe at the end of a shank stick.
What?
Huh?
Yes.
All you have in your grasp, apart from the Eun stone that you wrench from his body, these very fancy robes.
Uh-huh.
They'll really suit you, they will, Han.
That is the
Yeah.
gaudiest bathrobe I've ever seen in my whole goddamn
Really
life.
is.
You get the distinct feeling that the reason it didn't look so bad on him is because he literally folded over the parts that were particularly garish, given that he had so much spare room because of having no skin.
The parts with all the planet.
Yeah, just leaving like the
symbol
purple
things
bits.
on it. Yeah.
Like the outfit Dumbledore would wear when he goes cruising.
Right. For sure.
Gay cruising?
Well, obviously.
Obviously.
Baz might not be very communally inclined, but Jesus Christ, this is too bougie for him. He will immediately hand this to Neri.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
There
you
you
know
go.
that with these colorations, if you wore this robe in the wrong place, various different factions would try to kill you on sight. The Galtish would hang you because you look like you're a member of the bourgeoisie, and every other surrounding area would hang you because only royals are allowed to wear purple.
He's a pup! Kill him!
Well, maybe we
Oh,
could
silly
sell it.
gods.
How about that? Since none of us
It's
appear.
covered in really garish embroidery.
Well, we could take it to the one of the guilds to have it kind of identified, I guess. If no one else, if no one here can identify it.
It's positively crackling with magic. You can feel it.
Yeah, I mean, can identify what it does or if it has any special properties. But I would imagine that some of the mages in town might be willing to pay some money for it, since all of us, I think, find it equally disgustingly garish.
It really
But,
is like a half step above the Shrek Mono from Barclay Shut Up and Jam Guide. Listen, you know what? I looked through like 50 pages of Google Images, and this is the best I found.
I'm just confused by like there's like weird patterns to the purple part.
Yep,
It
it's
looks
velvet.
like
Looks like it has like a shitty galaxy pattern on it.
Yeah.
It kind of does. Best thing is in game when you move it around, the planets and the embroidery stay in the same place, but the
Oh,
robe
God.
moves. It does that thing.
An optical
this is-
illusion.
This is
Ugh.
more
God,
bootleg
oh,
than that one
it's just
Bambi rug.
clipped to the.
It's a shitty
to the
skybox!
layer.
Oh no!
Yeah, it's doing that like Dissidia like
Oh,
cover
yeah,
art
yeah.
thing.
Oh, fuck.
It-
Well,
It looks like Snake Eyes from G.I. Joe's wearing it. Tiny. It looks like a huge like mech suit or something made out of. Can you see
Yeah,
what
Ric
I'm
Flair looks like Ric Flair's Mexi.
Ric Flair's mix.
This bathrobe looks more bootleg than like a Bambi rug that I encountered today at some garden center.
Not knowing exactly what to do with it. Not being interested in
This is
wearing
what
it
that looks
myself.
like, by the way.
Oh,
That
that'd be
can't be
bad.
right.
Oh, like that is hand tufted. The other one was just like
Yeah, but it's the
There's a
angle.
print on.
yeah. The other one was just printed. This is tufted at least with like a carpet gun.
Yeah, they use it's one of those carpet threading things where like it's a craft a bunch of
But
mostly
I don't
women
care.
do.
But her head is still not aligned correctly. Put this up in for the episode. I want to see everyone to see how bootleg this is. Like its face is like straight on rather than
Yeah,
like
but I guess
lengthways.
push it, in the
So
other
it looks
parts
like
of-
it looks like whoever it has
Sorry.
placed this mat down has the Bambi in the the cripple across face. The ghost of Chris Benoit made this fucking carpet.
Oh no.
Okay, there we go. The thing is, it was like even worse in the shop because it's like one of those like fox furs, the ones that are supposed to be like very soft, and it like had like its legs, the face, and antlers, everything.
Man, I should have bought that as like a hand towel for the toilet.
No, them like foxes that people wear around their necks, like in
Stop.
20s movies or whatever.
Sable.
I don't know what it's called.
A
But
sable,
I've got
mink,
one
or
of
boa.
them.
Yeah, mink, boa, like,
Got one, yeah. But it's got two heads. You know, like each end of it is a head.
Oh
Like,
yeah, like cat dog.
yeah, like cat dog. Yeah, exactly.
the mental image of someone wearing cat dog like a mink coat is disturbing.
But not knowing what to do with this myself, being that I don't, Neri doesn't really know much about magical crap, I will hand it over to Eris. Hey, maybe you should take a look at this, because I can tell it's kind of fucked. I'm not saying you wear it.
Like, it is
but see
visibly
if you
arcing
can-
magical. It's clear that this robe was
But
not
it's-
put together well when it was made. It is like earthing magical arcane energy off of the surface.
I'd
So
like
even-
to use detect magic and to try and also identify what it is.
It-
Also, I
it-
found
like-
the specific carpet we saw today. There we go.
Jesus Christ.
Yes. I love this thing so much.
And you didn't buy it?
I'm kind of tempted now. I may have to go back there.
Right, here we go.
Get it
It's
as a
like Dick
doormat.
Cheney's dartboard.
It was fine and terrible seeing it. Especially because they were like weirdly folded up on itself.
Also, I'm pretty sure that it was a print onto an actual proper, like, hide.
No, it actually was not. It was fake. I checked because I was like, what the fuck?
Alright.
Oh my god, if they had defiled
Tattoo
body-
the cartoon version of the carcass that you're tattooing onto.
I mean, that is, I like, that's a supreme human flex of being like, wow, we have such domination over this animal. We will take your flesh, skin it from your body.
That's like
and
making an
then
Easter egg out of
tattoo
chicken
a
nuggets.
shitty cartoon image of you.
We're gonna spray paint a more desirable animal onto your skin.
Bro.
That's like jump.
They had like real like also like just furs there, and then also fox fur everywhere. It was just very
Anyway.
confusing. It was a garden shop.
Back to the matter at hand. We've got completely sidetracked
The matter
by
hand.
this very, very cursed. That's going in later as a cursed item. Fuck you.
Oh, yeah, of course.
But I agree. As soon as poor Maurice is felled, finally crumbled down to dust, his halberd smashing into the floor and leaving a fairly deep cut into it, despite the softness of the metal. And the dust begins to settle. As you breathe in, there's this just acrid, sour taste on the air from the dust that's been kicked up.
I'm gonna rub a bit more charcoal into my filter scarf.
It's particularly uncomfortable on the eyeballs.
So, I'd like to do detect magic on the robes. And I
It's
will
very-
make sure to not touch them and just use mage hand to hold them because I don't.
Probably a good.
It-
Now
it
I've
weirds
touched
me
them.
out.
Damn it! I
You
wasn't
have
even
the
given a
cheese
choice.
touch.
I have been cursed with cheese touch.
The robes are definitely magical.
Can
In fact, it
I-
has a total of 26 different magical signatures.
Christ. Can I use spellcraft to try and identify like the
You
most
may.
prominent ones? Very cool. Let's see. I'm not used to this new keyboard.
I would assist you, but I can't. I'm currently inside
I
a woman.
fucked up. That should be 14, not 0 successes.
Just roll it again, fam. Just roll it again.
Okay.
I don't even know what that is.
I don't know either. This is a different keyboard than what I use
This
normally.
game's meant to be set up to play Pathfinder and just roll a goddamn, like,
919.
Chaosium roll. Okay, check. Ooh. Still going. Identify magical item.
Oh yeah, Carl is still in the one lady's body, I'm guessing.
Yep. And
So,
she has an absolute death grip on this carcass she's been kind of toting around. It's like, Carl,
Yes.
In your ethereal form, you can just about move around in the different limbs, but you can't move any of the joints
Yes.
directly. I don't think she hasn't got a way to stop you leaving her body, but she's got a pretty tight grip on the structure of her own body.
I didn't intend on leaving yet.
I just wanted to check since I didn't see your icon on the map.
I'm in the corner. That's me in the corner. That's me in the spot. Like
You only get two. What are our rules about songs? You get 2 bars, right?
You get 2 lines total.
All right.
You can't you can't alternate between people to start comboing. It's verboten.
Shit.
Yeah, collectively
Where's-
2 lines.
Where's my fucking script? Here it is. Well, that was fun.
Arguably.
That was a pretty good roll.
Okay, for some. Unfortunately, I missed all the fun.
Time flies when you're stuck in a crypt.
It was a good fight. Like, you know that we was winning because the dude fucked off or whatever, didn't he?
True.
In a hurry, apparently, judging by the robes.
It'd be nice if someone didn't give away what our plans were by shooting him with a war crime stick.
Well, I can't imagine that.
That was my
To be
was
fair.
my favourite part.
Oh, shit.
Work.
Okay,
I think
let's
it was
be
my
fair
favorite
here.
part.
They might be been born out of the Promethean plane, got the Geneva Convention, but you were around way before that. You don't even know what a Geneva is. As far as you know, it's probably that stuff that people drink.
Geneva, never heard of her.
Remember, I'm reading their minds while I possess them, so I've been drinking
Easy
in
to know about
intelligence
Geneva.
and just learning of the many ways he thinks about breaking laws that haven't even existed yet.
So, good use there, Mike. People in the higher echelons probably won't be thinking too fondly of that. We should definitely do that.
Shit, now he knows about the 3-course meal. Fuck.
And the ginger beer trick.
But I do believe the rest of you have forgotten about the primary issue at hand.
We need to collect more algae, you're right. I don't
not just-
want to think what that dude's gonna do to us if we don't show up with more algae.
Yeah, probably true.
No, Eris, dear, that's not what I'm talking about. Armand just physically contracts their head to look in Salome's direction.
She waves.
I am a man of my word. I asked her to help, and she kind of helped. However, you do realize she is a witness to what happened here before the rest of you got here. No murdering.
I was thinking, why are you saying this in front of me? Like, you know, that's exactly the kind of thing. I'll just do a murder.
Just do a little murdering.
Is it really murder if they're undead?
Here's a point.
I consider it murder.
Yeah, what is it if they're undead? Double murder?
Is it like a factory
Murder too?
reset or something?
Re-unaliving?
Morticide.
I think it's just they're already unalive. Unaliving. That sounds like you're raising that. I don't know. There's not a good word for this.
Redeading.
Read that.
Inhumation.
Re-unaliving is what I'm gonna go with.
Mm-hmm.
Reaching out about the body's extended warranty.
The due date is coming up.
Correctional administration. Yes, there is a total of, for the robe, 26 different signatures. Unfortunately, you're not really sure what this robe is. They return to the matter at hand with the Salome.
Mm-hmm.
Let me look. It's a robe, guys.
I'll just throw it towards Mark with Mage's hand.
Carl, you can tell, judging by the you can't really read thoughts in this state with her.
Mhm.
Her brain's a bit more hardened to it than the others. But the marked increase in adrenaline in the parts of the body that you're inhabiting, you get the distinct you get a distinct feeling that maybe she hopes someone tries something. But you know, so she just kind of just crouches down slightly and just gets out a little bag like the size of a purse and just pours some of the blue powder in.
Armand mentally sighs and then continues with his original line of questioning, choosing to use the more grimacing voice with Salome.
Headphone warning, boys and girls.
You. What did you actually come here for?
Same reason any girls out this time of night. She'll crumble some of the blue powder between her fingertips.
What do you desire with the essence of the dead?
It's good reagents. They aren't exactly using it now, are they? So it helps them pass on.
Explain.
You burn the right incense, and you throw flames a little harder. In my line of work, well, there are a few little reagents you can get that make things hit a little harder, make blood flow a little easier. And I'm not exactly an acupuncturist.
Your sword says different.
My sword says what I wanted to say.
Is it alive?
I'm many things, but I'm not stupid enough to meddle in living weapons. Unless you count mine. And she'll hold her fingertip, and you notice that as she kind of rolls her fingertips together, a thin drop of blood stretches out into a needle, so thin you can scarcely see it, but you, thanks to inhabiting her body, you can feel it just very gently between the fingertips, and it's sharp as a razor.
Skilled inhibiomancy you are.
I wouldn't come to this dump unless I was.
How long did the ghoul thing have you trapped?
And she starts counting off digits. Week or so. Has to be at least a week or so now. But when you can slow down when you can slow down the claret to a crawl, you last a bit longer than most.
You came to a defiled, decrepit church to get dust to throw better fireballs.
Not exactly. After all, I've still got both my eyebrows, don't I? Even if one of my eyes isn't exactly behaving itself. As she says that, the eye that isn't off colour spins 180 degrees in its socket and looks directly at you, Carl, inside like her spinal column where you're currently inhabiting.
Bruh.
All she sees is a malevolent spirit with eyes glowing lavender and fuchsia.
Hers is glowing blue.
It's just fucking ghost
It kind of
standoff.
there's a strange roll me a sense motive. There's something uncanny about it. It's odd to place.
Regardless, do you intend to revive the ghouls that reside in this dust?
Not likely. I put a few of these down myself. I'm not exactly in the business of sharing.
I made a deal with you. You fulfilled your end. I fulfill mine. These four, my protection. You, my problem. Let them live.
Oh, spoil sport. No, well, as long as the dust is good. And one other condition.
Being.
First pick of the hall. Just the one. I'll be on my merry way.
Pick of the what?
Oh, by the looks, things are already in the process of tossing this place, aren't they? She'll look out onto the group.
As Baz is actively like picking up the halberd or poleaxe and just feeling it up, the balance.
Tell him not to worry, I'm not really one for pikes. Too heavy.
You are clearly an assassin, yet you wish for treasure.
Assassin's too high and mighty and hoity-toity for my taste. Never really cared for the term.
Then you consider yourself a Myrmidon.
I'm not exactly an outlaw torn. I just do my thing, try and get by. But I'm no guildie like the rest of your people.
I belong to no one but a Shia.
So you've got a bit of mind? I'll just say that one in plain text there, Carl. So I'm getting some feedback.
Okay. It's so hard to do this.
Yeah, I can imagine, bruh.
Oh, you can say it in that bit in just like normal speech, just these, just on that
Okay.
particular line.
Okay. So, here's my deal. You clearly like gold. I like freedom. They like things that they take off people they kill. I suppose a transaction.
I'm listening.
I'm currently in possession of what you can call a body that you inhabit. Even if you might be dead or undead or just some powerful mage, you clearly have mastery over things that I do not. And as you can tell, I'm a man, be it as it may, that has control over others.
Shove puts one hand across her waist and props up her head with a hand, struts kind of paces about the place for a moment, just kind of taking in the sight, so to speak, enjoying the waft of the greyish blue dust to her nostrils as she contemplates. You don't go to a student to learn an art, you go to the master. Tell you what, you do me a solid, and I'll point you towards the right person.
Profitable. However, I had an additional means for you as a reward for your assistance. You say you want regents. This place is an undead powder keg waiting to explode. In our combat, I realized that my undead essence has the ability to reanimate in a limited state the dust in this place back into what these people were. They are aware, and they are alive. If anything was to rehydrate all of the dust in this building, this would be spilling over with ghouls. That thing ran from us going down, which means this place has plenty of catacombs. plenty of dust, plenty of regions. Savvy?
Finally, somebody knows how to treat a lady.
My deal is simple. If given enough time, you would be able to shake off my influence of this corpse, and despite not being able to directly harm me, you would be able to run off into the world never to be seen and heard from again. However, I give you a different contract than what others might pay you. You can use all the region in this building if your only intention is to enhance your already potent magic. You send me to the direction of who taught you, but you remain in our service as a sellsword.
Judging by the company you keep, I think you're a good source of good quality violence.
Indeed.
Count me in at the very least in the short term. We'll see how things go. Consider yourself on probation.
As for treasure in this building, I can see that you get a fair share of what they don't plunder.
I'll let you travel light, so don't worry too much.
Of course, none of us were questioned about this, but that's just an aside. That's meta aside.
We're also completely unaware of the conversation.
Exactly, because we don't know what's going on. So we're just all kind of
talking with Mr.
You're all
Chubbs
still being psychically forced to watch this conversation happen.
Oh no, unskippable cutscene.
You're bystander to the anime.
I've been smashing X the whole
Stop!
time.
You violated the log. Ow, my neck.
I want to roll perception to ignore the conversation happening. I clearly do not understand what's going on anyway between the two.
I don't understand either.
You can do so, but you're at a penalty versus the usual DC because there is an inherent, guttural response at the back of your brain, some kind of Pavlovian response welded into your DNA.
Wait, so we are aware of this happening,
you
then?
don't want to necessarily take your eyes off Salome because you're worried what she'll do.
No, I'm just not gonna listen. I'm gonna dissociate. I'm still watching.
You're not hearing.
No, you didn't hit the DC to ignore it. You have to pay attention.
You didn't hear the conversation. You're just being forced to keep your eyes on her.
I'm still
Oh
dissociating.
god, so it's like it's like when a cutscene goes on in a video game, you have to lock your eyes on the positioning, but you don't actually hear any of the dialogue.
And
You're, too far away from
you're
the
not
dialogue.
locked in action when you're doing it, but your vision is.
Bruh.
So it's like when a killing floor boss pops in. And then some 3 grenades and $1,500 in cash sail over his head in the cutscene.
Also, saying this is probably going to fuck me over, but Bill, my character now has constant sense evil, and he cannot turn it off.
Okay, don't worry. This is a site of great depravity, but that does not. It's not it doesn't burn like the sun.
Right.
It has evil acts, which is trace element evil. You can kind of filter that out. There are wavelengths of evil.
All right.
There are a few things in your belt that glow.
Evil is a spectrum, and so are you.
Okay.
How does the kettle register, real quick?
The kettle glows like it's a fireball on a hinge, essentially.
I'm gonna not look at that too thoroughly.
I'm just gonna dissociate.
Well,
off
you're in
the
luck.
phone.
There's so much lead in the paint on it that you don't really see much of it.
Exactly.
Salome is also glowing like a federal agent.
Fucking knew it.
She's not exactly taking great lengths to hide that she's just kind of a vicious cow.
Yeah. Wait, can I?
She came.
Hold
She
on.
came here to get ghost blow, and she got a ghost blow.
So, Bill, if my eyes are locked to this, can I just put Mr. Chubbs and just hold him in front of her face?
So
I don't have to
she's
see
clipping through the wall.
No. Because I'd like to discuss with Mr. Chubbs just some stuff regarding spells in a sense.
Yeah, certainly.
So I have my spells while we're still down here.
Okay,
for the
it'll take
level.
you about an hour to prep them. You can do in that time. You can do some mild activity, as long as you're not doing something that requires concentration. I'd say.
Okay. finishing up this conversation with Salome. Well, we have a deal. An ongoing deal that I prefer to keep going. I have plans for this place and world. I've been stuck in a tree against my will, and apparently I was exorcised to this chapel. This place was once someone underneath my protection, and by the rights of my goddess, I intend to bring it back to life. Allow me to introduce myself to you, dear, if you don't mind.
She twirls one hand as if to say, "Do go on."
I am Amandru Almandir Fogby, of Arshea's Guild Master of Ghost Riding Companions. The Amandbrut is the title. Would you like to know what it means?
By all means, illuminate me.
It means Rough Rider. I can imagine that if you know what I can do, that I have been a very, very naughty man.
You feel a finger like a cursor drifts over to a block button. Like you know when you're on a imagine this is like a spaceship you're kind of stowing away on, and you feel yourself being slowly and quietly dragged towards an airlock.
Yep. My intended purpose with this ability was to learn how to control a man and woman to give my goddess the kind of eyes and ears across the continent. I intend to re-establish that guild, but I intend to do so with diplomacy, not with spycraft. But it comes in handy, and you are slippery. Don't worry, I have no interest in your lady parts.
Thank goodness, neither do I.
With your skills and talent, I can be able to make use of at least clearing this place of whatever other traps might befit us. And in the future, you can always be able to come back here as a bastion of protection. Considering I have now possessed you, even though you can still resist my desire to control, you still have the promise I gave these four. No harm will come to you from my hand or theirs, as long as you do not wish us harm.
Well, I was let down to miss out on the violence, but I guess we all had a long day.
I've had a long eternity, and every single moment with them makes it longer.
Aw, it's not been that bad.
The idea of you chiming in from the oblivion bystander.
Now, I'm gonna need you to be a dear, and at least if you're not going to let me move you, you move me around the building. Think you can do that, Salome?
Where'd you want to go?
For starters, around what we can find. There's locked doors in here, and as much as I'd like to keep an eye on you, as someone who is beyond this mortal coil, locks to me are like dresses on French women.
Loose?
Exactly. Speaking out of the group, everyone, this is Salome. Do not attempt to fight her. I will let her butcher you.
I will just wave towards
I'll put the
her.
chair down that I'm holding.
Can I please stop staring at her now? I don't want to be rude. I don't know if this is sexual harassment if I keep staring at her.
It was a failsafe. She is very talented with these weapons of hers, and you all have a very bad habit of not paying attention.
She lets the pendulum that she's been whirling around just kind of slowly slow down until it's just a thin trickle of blood that she lets just evaporate into a thin mist.
Armand releases his control on everyone else's head.
Aris will just shake her head.
There's a sound like someone throwing a box of prawn crackers down a flight of stairs.
Yeah.
Just a chorus of cracks.
She's going to be assisting us with the explication of this place. She would like to have nothing more than regents to increase her hemiomancy and magical talent.
Bill, could I roll knowledge local? Real
Yes,
quick?
you may.
Just to figure out, like, on a scale of, like, legality, how far away is it from being legal? Like, the type of blood magic that she practices.
Far away.
Alright. Let's see. How fitting.
Roll a d10,000, chat.
Oh no.
Man,
On certain rolls, you're pretty much guaranteed to have the correct information, but the rest of the roll is just to determine what other shit I feed you somewhere down the line to throw you off.
let's see. $67.99.
Great for this bloody system. 67. Okie dokie. 67.99. Target stomach rumbles when in the presence of royalty. That's very milk toast for this listing. See what the other one has. Target thinks that non-magical fire is an offense to their god.
What?
I guess you got
So all fire. It's not
Well,
magical.
I guess I won't be using torches anymore.
Now, as much as it would be funny for me to just say, no, you're now theologically opposed to the concept of non-magical fire, it might make more sense to just give you the royal
Yeah,
detection
it's probably
system.
easier.
It's a lot more useful than you think.
It means I have, like, a more bootleg version of Detect Bourgeoisie.
Mm.
I like to think it's literally just the fact that the bourgeoisie sense is always active in the background on some level, and it gives you a horrible upset stomach when it pings.
I feel quite hungry.
His sausage rolls has been contaminated. Ooh, heck. Okay, so Salome was declared an outlaw some time ago. It's considered taboo to even associate or be seen with it, at best. In some jurisdictions, it's an offense to actually associate with it. And blood magic varies between... For practice, it's kind of like medicine. If you went to university and studied in medical school and became a properly licensed medical practitioner, fantastic. If you're a man with a meat cleaver and a dream, not so fantastic. Salome is less that and more in the what we call a illegal organ harvesting operation vibe of things.
Oh.
Certain blood arts are very taboo, and when you're in an area like in some places, Alicia, there are quite strict controls on what weapons you can wield in broad daylight. Mainly because it's disturbance to the peace. Like, if you're running around with a halberd in a busy street, it might be seen as making things a little bit awkward. The ability to just conjure weapons out of blood, including in restricted areas, and control people's blood in their bodies, cause heart attacks.
Bruh.
Now, Salome has been responsible for a lot of injuries, but she's not a murderer, as far as anybody knows.
I see.
A lot of injuries. She's just south of adventure, I'd say, in terms of how well regarded she is. She was essentially an adventurer who crossed the line somewhere along the road. Well, the line where afterwards the people in town don't talk to you. She's one of the bad ones.
Well, Salome, just make sure you're not around when the rest of the Church's Guild shows up.
Yeah, probably a good idea to abscond.
We both know what will happen then.
Yeah, it's kind of a nodding and approval. Yeah, we don't know. I'll be long gone by then. So don't. Why would I want to hang around this dump anymore? We spent 2 weeks here.
Well, I'm glad we're in agreement on that, because I intend to fix the place up a bit. Do some renovations.
Well, dealing with ghouls before you do anything at all, especially if it involves liquid.
Well, that's part of the renovation process.
This place goes possibly miles down, still full with ghouls, with a grave thing still walking about, floating about.
So we should just make a
Well-
hole in the ground and just shove all the dust down.
In that
Okay.
case, there's work to be done, and many hands make short work.
Speaking of, Salome, show me your sword.
She completely, quite gracefully, in fact, and completely like effortlessly, just brings the blade out of its sheath, gives it a quick twirl. The noise is very peculiar. The noise it makes. It sounds almost hollow, like it was a more of a concave piece of metal, like a musical instrument almost. The resonance on it's very strange, and as she twirls it, there's this kind of spattering of what looks like blood at first, but looks more like some kind of rust-colored residue.
It's a very pretty blade.
Never did care much for liars. As she kind of lets the blade up to the light, you watch as the fellow occupier of her body, you can tell she kind of reaches her magic down the blade and twists it subtly. And you watch as she moves the blade one side to the other to check the alignment of the blade. The blade is physically twisting at different angles, very subtly. If you didn't know what you were looking for, you wouldn't notice it. But someone who knew what they were doing could reach this around a shield or around a guard.
I take it nobody could fight you in fencing practice.
Well, no, never went to one.
I'm sure you've had plenty of duels that you've won.
Oh, so you people and being so formal.
I still have
You got
respect.
people? Are you people all really adventurers?
They are. I am not.
No, I'm unemployed, actually.
Man, I'm just living. I don't know why I'm here. I just ended up here. I just want to go home.
I was just on a boat.
People being chronically unemployed is the cornerstone of being adventurous. Like the Adventurers Guild is the job centre plus, let's be real here.
Yeah.
Armand just reaches his right hand out of her body and basically collapsing it over the hand that she's wielding the sword with. I'm going to give you something. And I choose to cast Unerring Weapon and True Strike onto the weapon. Or you list in chat the effects that they do.
Bad.
Then, Han, I'm going to need a length of rope.
How long do you need it to be?
At least 30 feet.
Okay, I will hand over 30 feet of hemp rope.
Are you
He
handing it?
pulls out of his rucksack like it's a fucking Jinro and MG42 reload.
Are you handing it to me or to Salome? Because I'm technically still inside of her.
I'm fine with handing it to Salome.
Mm-hmm. I cast Rope Trick. I make the extra dimensional space begin directly in front of her and have enough of an extension that it wraps around, not so much to restrict her hand, but more like a guide, attempting to thistle it so that it can be attached to the weapon on a simple knot. And Salome, let go for just a second, dear. I'm trying to test something.
She will let go.
Armand will extend and retract the rope from the dimensional space, effectively using it like a quick harpoon, giving a few quick pokes through the air, then returns it back to her hand. This is now a very lethal stick. In case you can't reach something that I can. Carry on with Salome. You are my guide. We'll be going down.
I'm just going to roll his eyes. Is he always this much of a drag?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know, just met him today.
Oh, by the way, Bill. The wood on the halberd, you mentioned that it was quite old and not necessarily, there wasn't anything particularly special about it.
No, it's just very durable.
Alright.
A few more hit points than usual.
Ah, okay. I thought it was a bit more a bit older and more rotten.
No, it's actually quite petrified.
Oh, nice. Cool.
So it's more durability of stone rather than wood.
Gotcha.
I don't know how you put up with it. My head's too crowded as it is. Salome looks almost a bit hungover.
Eris will just peek over with Mr. Chubbs on her head. Yeah, I get what you mean.
It works
She might have
better.
misunderstood a bit.
It works better if you don't think about it.
It is a bit like having bees live in your head, but there they are.
Buzz buzz.
Alright, so, we're clearing out more of the place then?
Yes.
Snooping around? Alright.
Okay.
Eris would like to sit down with Mr. Chubbs and prepare a summoning spell. After
Okay.
she's hopefully found a small candle somewhere.
Yep, there are the entire area is dotted with these quite short stubs of candles, burned about half of the way down, in most cases.
Should be good enough for summon monster.
Okay, would you looking to use the fancy one?
I'm looking to summon a Leshy, and it was mentioned that it works like summon monster.
Yes.
That's why I'm like doing that. And I would like to summon a Lotus Leshy.
Okay.
Specifically because it has water walking. No, lily pad stride, I think. Yes. Let me check.
Oh, Penny, the summon monsters are respectively, so at the level you're at, you can only summon the first three. Leaf, Gourd, and Fungus. Sorry, Leaf and Gourd, rather, just the first two. Leaf and Gourd. Lotus is from Summon Monster 5.
Damn. Okay, let me
This
check
sheet is
their
not very well
things.
written.
Especially because it says, yeah, here's all these things that you now add to the list of creatures I can summon.
And it goes on to give the numbers, the levels, like, respectively, which is absolutely terrible. You should just need an
Yeah.
extra chart.
Okay, let me then check again. So the first two are what I can...
Mm-hmm.
Then I think I will actually not summon a Leshy. I'm upset by this. I wanted a cute little lotus friend.
Armand mentally pats your head. There. That'll be more.
Head pats.
Lotus Leshy's level is a CR5 encounter. He could kick all your asses.
Yes, he could.
We're just gonna
Especially if
ignore
it
the
gets
one
soaked in
dog
water.
that's still out there that I summoned like a few sessions back.
Yeah, the prism dog who can literally kill this entire party in one cast. Or throw you somewhere worse than hell.
Yep.
Also, the Lotus Leshy works, like, basically has a stronger version of all of Aiden's abilities.
Oh no. What a pacify stuff.
Yes.
I
It's
was
got pacification aura, it's got a sleep cone effect, and it's got a
Oh, that's kawaii as shit.
just shoots like seeds like shrapnel.
I looked at a picture of it.
I was just hoping to ask the Leshy to go grab algae for me and with me.
Yeah.
Because it has lily pads stride. I was like, oh, that would be really cool.
Honestly, the leaf Leshy is so light, it could quite happily walk across the surface of this muck.
Very well, then a leaf Leshy it is.
It has glide.
There you go.
Doesn't technically do that, but surface tension of water being what it is, this area. But also, yeah, a good number of these doors are also shut. The one that Maurice was occupying, obviously, no longer.
Yes. And also then just passively like check things.
Okay. There is a small chest banded in brass. There is an old candle stub that is glowing with a strange blue light. And there's a keg. Just here.
I'll inform Baz about the keg, as well as Mark. They might be interested in this.
Are you looking at it?
I'm looking around the room generally, because I'm gonna go for the chest, while people will look at the keg.
Remember, I'm psychically relaying information to all of you, based on what you are seeing.
I have first dibs on bread for now. Like, I'm happy for the people to take.
I call dibs on alcohol.
I'll partake.
There is a keg in there, so...
Yes.
And when you nudged it, it was, like, very heavy.
I will relay heavy keg. And just
Let's see
yell
what's
it
in the
out.
keg.
It's just filled with, like, ghoul dust.
Yeah, probably
It
another.
bolts into the room.
Oh fuck.
Game the ghoul bathwater.
Ghoul bath bombs. Surely that won't go wrong, right? I'd like to try and open this chest.
Okay. It's a very crude looking padlock on the front.
Could I use Mage Hand to try and get the mechanism inside to do what it needs to do?
You'd be able to use it to do that, but you would still need to roll Disable Device to try and do so and actually interact
Effective.
with the mechanism properly.
So Disable Device.
It does seem to be very crude though, so.
Could I use Magic Device because Mage Hand is magical?
Nah, but you can roll Disable Device completely untrained, so.
Okay. It's running off of dex, so don't expect much. 10.
Not quite. You can feel the mechanism, it's just like a simple latch, essentially. But you can't quite get it. It's the problem isn't that it's particularly difficult to crack the mechanism. The issue is that the mechanism is too heavy for 5 pounds to move.
Oh.
Man, if only we had like a crowbar or something on us.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'd never
man.
carry
A crowbar would be so helpful right now.
Huh? Like, poke my head
Shit,
back in
delay.
the room. You want a crowbar?
Yes, please. There's a...
How many do you need?
Yes. She starts throwing crowbars everywhere. One should suffice.
Alright, here you go. This
So
is
using
my
a
best
Bolivian
one.
duplication sheet, walk into a room, throws an item up in the air, draws a bow to full draw, and then the room just fills with watermelons.
Oh.
Or like scrolls.
I'd like to ask Neri if she can attempt to break open the latch. I'm not strong enough, as I will try to flex my arms, but they're just sticks.
I think Aiden may have stepped away.
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry. I was gonna go get
Will you do the
drink.
honor of opening the chest, the padlock, break it? with this
Sure, I'll
crowbar
try.
I just
I will.
found?
Just randomly found this crowbar and this gun I found. Yeah, what would that be? A strength check?
Yes, please.
Great. Oh,
I'd like to attempt to help her. See,
It's so, you know what it is? Near as you try and wrench this, it is so cold in here that the working the crowbar actually burns your hand slightly, like just from the sheer cold of it.
Do you need another
I'm trying to
crowbar?
help.
That's enough for +2.
could we use another?
Yes.
If you have 2 crowbars, it's always better than 1.
Oh, here you go. I'd like flick out 4 crowbars into my hand. Like a magic trick.
Well, I assume I was using both hands with the crowbar, but I could double fist crowbars.
You stand
More
on
than
one of the crowbars.
more than
I
one
s-
person can help you. Don't worry.
Baz.
Let's give it a go.
Look, it's 2 women trying to open something. You know how this goes. Whoa.
Baz literally grabs the lock and just twists it, and it's not the lock that gives way; it's the loop that holds the lock on the chest.
Oh.
So the actual metal, like loop that holds everything together, just gets twisted off.
Fucking pickle jar situation.
It's like the stalk on an overripe pear. Is that he makes it look that effortless?
He just walks up to it and says, "Let me show you how you can stop most bar fights with one easy trick." He grabs a hold of the lock, twists it, and pulls.
Grab his dick and twist it.
I am the beast I worship. Finally,
Thank you.
life grips.
I shall open the chest, bracing myself for God knows what is in there.
Boxing glove like on a spring.
No, worse than that. Inside, with a horrible noise, you have unleashed a trio of angry possums.
What?
Oh, I
Why
like.
hasn't the
how are they
why has
alive
the
inside the
possum
chest?
not uploaded properly?
I would like to use handle animal to calm them down. They're just
There's
little
3 of them.
babies.
They have essentially been strapped to the lid of the chest and are extremely irate.
How long? How could they be surviving inside of a chest? For how
It's
long?
undead possums. They're just there forever.
Are they undead possums?
I don't.
Do you want to get close enough to find out?
No.
I would like to use
Yeah.
handle animal and like try and make calming movements to them.
They're Schrodinger's possums.
19.
Yeah, now that we opened the chest, there's 3 of them. Why would you put possums in a chest? Also, that's another question.
They seem to be extremely angry.
Mr. Chubbs, any recommendations? Do you think they might want a snack?
That's what I'm worried about.
Do I see anything? Because they're strapped to the top of the chest, right? Is there anything inside?
The chest is not open terribly wide, so anyone who is reaching into the chest is at risk of getting possummed.
I'd like to move the chest closer and then just flick the lid behind it. Because right now, with the wall, you couldn't like fully open the chest. So I'm hoping that they'll be like upside down.
Close the lid, then
No, I'm
pull
not.
the chest out a bit. I'm saying pull the chest out a bit, and then flick it open once so that it go to the.
Once
they're
there's room
again.
enough to flick it open.
Yeah.
Sorry. One moment. Since they're strapped to the chest, gotta improvise.
Like I said, okay, close the lid, put that away for a minute. Just, and then, yeah, so close the lid, and then try to drag the chest out and see if we can drag it.
You start making that sound, don't you, Bill?
I have to do a lot of very varied vocal work in this job.
I can drag or push 1,000 pounds. So can I, after closing the lid, can I then drag this out a little bit so that there's plenty of room for the top to
You're gonna have to
fling
roll
back?
your choice of CMB or sleight of hand to close the lid safely, because these things are now awake and extremely angry.
Alright, sleight of hand.
I'd like to... Okay, I don't think I need to help. Looks like Neri knows what she's doing.
May have had some past
I
experience
will
with
make
possum
weird
wrangling.
hand movements towards them so they're like
To distract
attention is
them?
on me.
The noise has now changed.
Oh no!
It's closed. Okay. Pull out the chest.
Alright, I'll drag it out. Alright, and then we're gonna... So it's now dragged it out. I assume the chest doesn't weigh more than 1,000 pounds, or does it?
No, it's fairly heavy duty, but it's not 1,000 pounds.
Okay. So I'll drag it out, and then Eris, do you want to stand on the other side and we'll flick the lid open on the count of 3?
Yeah.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, and then fling it open and try to just with the hopefully
Just
it
so
flings
like they're
back.
upside down now too,
Yeah.
but they cannot reach us.
So is that what happens? That they just kind of upside down now?
This is hard swinging noise. as they all get flung over. There's now like a trio of like just running feet flopping around in the air.
Okay, we should be quick about this. Okay, what is in the chest?
In the chest.
There's a baby
Nice.
possum. Dun, dun.
Oh, if it's a baby possum, I'm taking it.
No.
Damn it.
The bottom of the chest is completely caked in some kind of greyish brownish matter.
Okay, I think we should close the chest again. I think that's their poop.
Ugh.
No, there's you can tell when the smell it's not there. There's a very strange, almost wet cardboard smell in the air.
I'll poke at whatever it is with the crowbar.
It's mushy.
Can I tell if there's anything in it inside other than the mush, like hidden within it?
No, there doesn't seem to be much in the way of materials. It's got a very strange odor to it.
Maybe we could collect a sample. We got all these vials. You want to use mage hand, Eris? I don't want to. I don't want to go
Rory
near
wants
it.
to identify it.
Crowbar,
No.
you can just
I mean,
scoop
yeah,
out
yeah,
the
yeah.
crowbar.
First, see if any of us know what it is. I guess. I don't think I'd have anything to know.
What can we
Storm
roll?
into the room, like, don't fucking give me my crowbars back.
Yeah, here's one of them. I'll hand one back.
Don't pass it to me that end.
It's not the one.
But comrade, roll me any knowledge check that you think that you would be your best. Whatever it is, just whatever your best knowledge check is. If you don't have one, just roll a flat end.
Geography. I'm done.
It's
There's something
okay,
familiar
me
about
too.
this stuff.
I guess I'll roll geography too then.
Can I roll nature?
Please
Yes.
tell me it's not canned bread.
Oh
It's
god.
not canned bread. I did consider it, but no.
Okay, good.
Knowledge nature 23.
It's comrade's favorite food: sweet, nourishing gruel.
Iron gruel, yes.
It's very bland porridge.
I mean, is it rotten? I would assume
No.
it's in a chest
Wait.
full of possums.
Nope, completely. It's still hot.
What?
Mark,
Is this a-
do you
is this a-
want... Wait, Kami, do you want a snack?
You know what would go really great with this porridge? Some,
Bread.
Raccoon meat.
Fried
Like,
possum.
only the
Some fried possum.
All the possums look up in unison, looking a bit sheepish.
Did they stop snarling for a moment? How sentient are these possums?
Sentient enough, it seems.
Smart enough that they know that you don't want to be a small woodland animal in the vicinity of a starving member of the Communist Party.
Alright, so is this... What is this? How is it hot? Is this some kind of chest that produces infinite porridge?
Do you want to go rummaging around it?
Rummaging around in the... What do you mean? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I don't want to go to the porridge dimension. I guess, okay, I will...
I don't think Bill would put a sphere of annihilation on the other end of the porridge.
Right.
I reckon...
No, because you couldn't, because the porridge isn't biological enough it would be drawn in.
Exactly.
Okay, so but I can tap the bottom of the chest, obviously, with the crowbar. I can tell there's a bottom to this.
Yes.
Or is it... Okay.
It's just
So,
infinite
There's also a
hole of
clank.
porridge.
There's a clinking noise.
I'm gonna scoop my hand in and
I'm
just
gonna
like
step out of the
scoop
room.
out some lovely hot porridge.
Baz is just, nope, I'm out of here.
It's just
Porridge.
left the room.
Hell no. To the no.
I want to make sure the clanking noise was not the possums unstrapping themselves.
No, they don't have thumbs.
Oh.
If they could have freed themselves, they wouldn't be living in the porridge crate.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm just gonna use Aura of Calm. Why didn't I do this earlier?
Honestly, at this stage, they're more worried about getting eaten by the communists than they are
Okay.
about causing trouble.
No, I
They're
didn't do
mainly
that
just annoyed that
immediately,
they've been
but-
woken up from their porridge stupor.
Were they just... I mean, are they very fat possums? Are they just sitting here in the top of this... Okay, excuse
Absolutely
me.
morbidly obese.
No.
They're very fat possums who just... What? So they've just been strapped? This sounds like some kind of weird fetish thing. I don't know exactly what fetish it is, but it sounds
Feederism.
fucked. Yeah, it sounds fucked.
Just three fat
but
possums strapped to a chest
specifically-
full of hot porridge.
But specifically for possums.
Pyrocynicals check should clear tomorrow.
Oh, poor
I'm
Pyro.
expecting like deep south Nikocado avocado to be roaming around the walls somewhere.
God.
No, the walls are not thick enough. They're only 5 feet wide.
Fair enough.
Okay, does someone want to try the porridge? I don't know, I mean, look, we're in a crypt.
I want to have a
There's-
look at the keg. Fuck the porridge.
Fuck that cursed ass porridge. Give me the beer.
I don't need
Give me the
fucking
alcohol
possum
to
porridge.
forget the porridge.
I need the coping juice.
Copium.
Okay.
I would like to keep...
The beer. It is a beer keg. It is
Yes.
fresh. Untapped. The spigot is still on top of the barrel.
Oh, shit.
Now, if he were a more inquisitive man, he would ask questions. But he's not. So I'm just gonna I'm just gonna like body drag the keg out of the room.
How heavy is it?
Yes.
Quite heavy, but this is Baz we're talking about.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. I
I'm
mean,
gonna do like a gesture towards him, like with my orgy hands, like like, oh, we looked out on this, didn't we? Like,
He just really quickly shakes his head, like nods.
Porridge and booze.
Oh,
You should see what's
finally. True
inside
companion.
it, though. Inside the keg.
My
It might not be
true
booze.
mentor.
My only friend in this world.
My mentor. My guiding moonshine.
My shining moon. Fucking
There is a-
Night Baz.
The concept of Baz the Holy Blade is cursed.
Well, considering
Okay.
his current class.
Is there... If I want to figure out if there's anything that this porridge is edible, what would it be, like survival?
Yes.
Ugh. Man, it must have been 8s tonight. There's 8s all over the place. There's 8s, and look at how many 8s!
Can I roll knowledge
Isn't this
religion
me?
to identify the beer?
Yes, you may.
Religion?
Yes,
Yes.
because who are the biggest
Oh, right.
brewers?
Yeah, right.
this is Muslim beer.
It's very confusing stuff.
Muhammad's own. Wait a second, this is nitroglycerin.
Mohab's the kind of guy who would drink absinthe, let's be real. I'm going to piss off everyone by saying that, but he would 100% be the kind of asshole who would drink absinthe.
What's wrong with absinthe?
Exactly.
Absinthe is for artists who want to pretend they're not rampant alcoholics. But
I drank
You're-
absinthe once, and it made me understand the concept of how colour works in light. Like, I visually saw it. Like,
Really? You drank enough of it to get the effects of the... Oh, well, in the UK, they actually do sell proper absinthe. In the US, they don't. In the US, what they sell as absinthe is, like, the amount
this,
of...
by the way, this is an actual historical thing.
Yeah.
Which makes this extra funny. Like, I fucking love how yee this is.
What?
But this inscription is at both ends of the barrel.
Oh, it is a historic...
Do I recognize it?
It's just
It's like
like
a local
shit
brand.
post.
No, it's
Oh,
not
it's the,
a brand marking. This
no,
is
it's the-
this is a magical stave to guard against a leaking barrel.
Huh.
That's
Someone
the,
write that down. Write that down.
What? Oh, the gold Rastafir.
This is what that reminds me of.
It's a gold Rastafir with a smile on it. Which, by the
Sound-
way, isn't
sound
actually that
graphic.
historical. Sorry, I just like to point out that the gold Rastafir is actually, like, it's considered an ancient Icelandic symbol. It came about in the 1700s. I mean, it is historical in that sense, but...
Can I
It's
have
not
a
like-
sip?
Well, Rastafir is specifically the one that's for like desires and dreams. This is Angogapi, which is a one for preventing bowels from leaking.
Oh, no!
Can I have a big sip?
You'll have to actually tap the keg.
I will tap the keg. In the most gremlin-esque manner that he can possibly muster. Like, he's got no concern for any sort of etiquette at this moment. He's craving alcohol.
As you lift your lips to the brink of this enormous quantity of beer, like the sensations flow through you like a divine epiphany. Northern lights, the burning fields of snow, a hyper-advanced society ruled by weirdly pale people.
Is this just Hyperborea, Bill?
It's
And then
Hyperborea.
you arrive at the burning desire in your heart to commit domestic violence.
I look
Oh no,
back.
Penny, watch out!
I look
Please
back
only
at the rest of the
character.
party, at like comrade, and like our new female traveling companion. Like I'm the fucking Russian sleeping experiment. Nice smile.
The smile with too many teeth. The
There's a
smile with too many teeth.
this is a difference. There's a difference between smiling and showing all your teeth at once. There is a difference.
I offer him a handful of porridge.
You just scooped it out. It's still warm and
It's
dripping.
hot. How hot is it? Like, are you getting scalded
It's
by this?
no, it's at a very uncomfortable level of lukewarm.
Oh no,
It's
that's
like
like the
still
worst.
warm where you'll still eat it, but if you wait a bit too long, you have to microwave it to get it warm again. I'm guessing.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
There is no bad temperature. Oh, actually, I'm not even thinking about porridge. Yeah, alright. Yeah, porridge should be warm.
Yeah, cold
Just
porridge
observing all
is
of this.
weird.
If I wasn't
not
already a
like-
member of the Church's Guild, I would have found religion.
Solomon and I are just observing all of this, like, yeah, this is what I woke up to.
As Baz is like squatted down, hunched over, drinking from the tap.
You're just holding the keg above your head at this point, I just imagine. Just pouring it into your mouth.
Yeah, you had like a fucking epic monologue earlier, and we're just now all the fuckwits are going to be like, oh, warm porridge
Right.
out of a chest full of possums and beer.
Our interest has been piqued greatly.
Since you roll, could you roll me another religion check, please? Now that you tasted this marvel, this ancient brewing experiment,
Yes.
a 1,000 years in the making, that you're drinking like Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Oh wait, that was local.
That's you're having a slightly better one for the. It's not, you know, it's a local brand, judging by the flavor profile.
Bruh.
Behold,
Whoa.
Stella Artois.
I
do not understand
But
this reference.
would you know by its professional magical name, wife beater? Fun fact, that's an actual. I'm not sure if that's the case in the UK. Over here, Stella Artois is nicknamed wife beater. Like how Jin is nicknamed Mother's Ruin. This is also was originally brewed by monks on the island to test their tolerance, psychologically speaking, to help them train their ability to inhibit themselves from violence.
That sounds like the monks were looking for an excuse to just brew some strong shit. To be honest.
True. That's yeah.
In fact, it is what's known as a magical alchemical substance. It is the blend of magic and alchemy is so fine it's impossible to pinpoint the point where it stops being alchemy and starts being magic. Like this will not register on magical detection, but will replicate the effect similar to Murderous Command with a random target.
Eris was trying to just switch. I was just like, something's not right here. Something's very wrong.
That is amazing.
The best thing is it will always, if someone's within arm's reach when you drink it, it will always allow an attack, as with Murderous Command, but even out of order.
That's amazing.
Oh God,
So-
I'm just gonna fucking ready action drinking that if the enemy gets too close or something.
I'm gonna be taking a lot of this shit with me.
It's not an endless keg, unfortunately. This does have finite uses.
Can it be made into an endless cake?
I will
That
have to
is a good
teach someone
question.
how to brew this.
You will have to find a master brewer who can break this stuff down, because no one's been able to successfully recreate Stella Fatwa yet, because there have been so few examples of it.
Wait,
Need to
if you
find
had
a-
an endless, if you had an endless keg and you poured this keg into that one, wouldn't it then make it endless?
I'm gonna turn this place into a proper monastery just so I can have like steady supply of alcohol.
Just for the wall bounce alchemy.
Yeah, like, we know that homeopathy in real life is bullshit, but in this game it's real, right? Can't we just mix water with it?
I think they would dilute it. What I'm saying is, like, if you got some kind of thing that, like, an endless bag or an endless container, and you pour this into it, then you would have endless supply of it, right? How much isn't it? There's
You
shit like
can-
that, isn't there?
There is a ritual that one can carry out, and I'll give you this for free because Han rolled so well, where with 50 pitchers of alcohol, you raise a toast to the gods, and upon the completion of every one being drank,
Oh my god.
it will form an endless keg.
So we
As a
had to,
gift from
so
Cosmos
all
Island.
of us would have to basically
I know
drink the
what I
entire
must do.
fucking keg.
Yeah, but you will not get the benefits of anything you drink whilst in that state. They are sacrifices to the gods.
I
You are
like
merely a conduit.
No,
Right.
no. So what this sounds like to me
Hey, at
is
least
that
we don't have to beat each other up then.
afterwards, at some point, we're having a party, right?
This is gonna turn into such a massive pub brawl. It's gonna be hilarious.
There are
We're-
precise. I will say this. You're not sure how many drinks are in the keg.
Gotcha.
So if it's 50 shots, does it count as 50
No, they have to be
drinks?
actual full draft measures.
Damn.
So if it's a beer, it's a pint, or a half pint if you can find some halflings. You may find yourself where if you do not have enough, you will have to recruit the local hobbit population because they don't drink as large a drink.
All right.
Oh, get a bunch of halflings to have a punch out with. Sounds hilarious.
You say that,
Just
but there are some
punt.
very serious halflings kicking around. To say nothing of the Kenda population. You've seen some members of that population.
Yeah. That is
Get
gonna
the
be
scouts
interesting.
to do it.
No.
You've heard rumors of some of the people who are part of the League of Kenders, as they're known, or the League of Small Folk,
Mm-hmm.
of which only Kenders are members because they drove all the other members away.
I think this would make for a hilarious party at the Church's Guild headquarters.
Yeah, if you want to burn down.
Yes.
Someone brought up a good point. If you were to give this beer to a god, is he gonna, like, try and beat up another god?
Only one way to find out.
I'm definitely dedicating this to my god.
Let's see. Yeah. Well, okay. What's the, the downside of this? Let's go back to town. We'll recruit all the halflings and hobbits that there are. Invite them to a free drinking session, and you don't even have to tell them what it's about.
Free porridge.
Yeah, your porridge and beer. Everything you need to lure a large quantity of hobbits into one place.
The possums just get to sit there upside
It sounds
down,
like
dreading.
Sounds like a special event in Vermintide.
I think maybe we should do something about
Hobbit tide.
So, by the way, are the possums all pacified mostly now?
They're trying their damnedest to get free, but they're kind of dangling upside down.
They seem to have some.
They look like they're domesticated.
That's what I'm thinking. So, you said that they also seem to understand English or understand what we were saying and doing a little bit.
You're not sure.
I'm not sure.
Here's what I'm gonna do.
Should have known inclusion of three possums would completely derail the conversation.
Right here at the top.
I want to take a possum with me.
If one of them hisses at me, I will hiss back with intimidate. If.
Yeah, why not?
Roll your intimidation check, please.
Yeah, I'll aid when you after you do that, Penny.
And I'll make grabby hands while hissing at it.
Because I'm also interested in this possum situation.
23.
As you hiss at it, it keels over.
Oh no! No!
Hits the deck like a sack of hammers.
Oh my god!
Green bird plays in the background.
Oh my god!
Just one of them are all 8-year-old even higher than me.
Oh no. Then yeah, I'm afraid it's all three.
No!
As they all in different directions just keel over.
He'll try to stabilize possum, one of them.
While you're doing that, I'm gonna tie all of their tails together.
I try to stabilize one of the possums. No, you can't
Roll
give
a
up
heal.
on me yet. I did.
25.
Okay, you got 25. What do possums do?
They play
Oh,
dead.
they play dead. Fuck.
You just punched a possum in the chest.
Trying to give it CPR. You broke its ribs.
I fucking forgot. God damn it.
Even though they're not in the
I'm
room,
so stupid. I feel so fucking stupid.
even though they're not in the room, just mentally projecting these sounds and images to Salome. I'm like, can we please start traveling so I can stop thinking about this?
Fuck. I can't believe I fell for it. I fell for an Indian scammer today. Today is the day that I fall for fucking every trick in the book.
What the fuck?
I didn't really. Okay, because whatever, just it doesn't matter. But I checked my email and it was like, hey, someone used your PayPal to buy a whole bunch of computers and
It didn't get to
cameras and shit.
fruition. It didn't get to be
Oh,
a successful scamming, but
No. He got to him trying to install help desk or whatever it is, and I was like, that's a scam software. And then he was like, can I look into your bank? I'm like, oh, fuck you, dude. And then he called me back 30 minutes later, and I said, yo, dude, I forwarded your phone number and email address to Kit Boga, so go fuck yourself. And he started laughing, and I called him a mother child. But
when you're there,
just when you log in your email and you see these hey, here's your receipt for this and this and this, and it's all I'm like, wait, what are all these receipts for?
Yeah, one of our friends had the same thing happening, but he apparently just bought a very expensive rug that wasn't even his style. So it was like, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah, it was just an instant that's how it works, right? Is it they know you're gonna instantaneously freak out and be like, whoa, what the fuck? I didn't do that.
That is ominous.
Okay. It is the possum. Did I kill one of them by punching
it's
it?
a bit bruised.
Okay.
I'll try to console Neri after.
Don't console the possum. Console the person who's brutalized them.
Well, I wanted to keep what I was trying to save it. I thought it was actually dead. Instead, my big rock fist. Oh, I'm a monster.
By the way, I want to point out, you never dismissed your lobsters.
Oh no, I didn't. So I was trying to heal it and bring it back. to
Clear!
house.
Punches it with a burning lobster.
The burning lobster. Oh,
So
no.
grilled possum, anyone?
Oh god, I dismiss my lobsters and I cry.
By the way, Bill,
I
I
fall
found-
to my knees.
I found a
in
video
front
that
of the thing of
summarizes the effects of drinking that booze. I posted in player chat.
Good old Cellofatwa.
So you cannot eat cement that's industrial grade. I don't understand. I'm not gonna play it because I'm scared.
Oh yeah, it's also
Everyone knows the Mississippi Queen gun meme
Yeah.
of just like the engineering breakdown of how a shotgun works.
Yes.
I know RC. I'm not. I mean, I'm
What,
smart.
what are you doing?
I'm not smart.
Well-
I'm educated in one particular.
No, no,
area.
no,
That's the
let
thing.
Mark talk, let Mark
no.
talk.
While
Hold
they
on.
were distracted, I tried to kill the possums.
No. Why? They're innocent. And they're fat.
It's just reaping the harvest.
I want to keep one as a pet. A big fat.
You look
possum.
back and the possum's no longer attached to the lid. There's just kind of a pink, kind of reddish smear across the wood.
I'm already on my knees weeping. I continue to. I weep harder now. My tears, my rock person tears fall into the porridge, along with the
little
possum blood,
quartz.
by the way.
It's just little
Bite
quartz pieces instead of tears.
Is that what it is? Just little pieces of rock, little big chunks of salt.
International jewelry strikes again.
Oh, I always forget that you're saucy, RC. But yes, it is
Alright,
also
well,
weird that
solve
the
the
Discord got
problem.
fucked with.
The possums are no more.
No.
Enjoy
I'm
your
so
porridge
upset.
tainted by your sins. As arrows will run out.
I'll run with you. I'm crying.
Hey, beer!
Ooh, beer.
Oh, I want some beer now because I just had to
Hang on,
witness a
I'm
fucking
gonna activate so
massacre.
everyone can move the. Everyone should now be able to move the beer.
Are we also taking the possum porridge treasure thing with us?
Possum jam.
It seems to be an endless source of warm porridge. I don't know for sure, but it seems to be. And now
I
it's
am
full of
gonna-
possum blood.
Would like to take the possums out of but only to cook them separately to later consume with porridge.
I'll just
I
go
am-
crying. In
Add
this
3
corner.
possum. Add 3
Mary
dead
is
possums to your
so upset.
inventory list.
I'll go back in because I want to have. I want to drag the. How heavy is the chest?
It's draggable. It's not
Okay.
too bad. It's not like it's bolted down.
All right,
It's
I'm
just
dragging.
3
I'm
obese
we're taking the
possums
chest, too.
worth of weight.
No, they've been removed
No,
now.
it's the porridge.
Right.
It's what I think is limitless hot porridge inside, or something. Either that or the chest keeps things warm. One or the other.
As you move it, you
I-
hear. As you move it, you hear like a noise.
Uh-oh. Bad
Something
decision.
clattering inside the chest.
Oh. Is it like it bolted down or something?
No,
Or
it's part of the map, so I can't remove it.
Okay. Right, I figured.
I'm not detaching
Um,
every part of the map for you people. Look like normal people.
No.
There's your chest. Deal with it.
I've waited so long.
So
You had an hour-long monologue by yourself. Now let us have our dead possums, okay?
was it? So when I moved it, it sounded like there's something metal inside it. So
Yes.
But I checked it.
You saw that everything was caked in muck. You don't know what's under it.
Well, I checked it with. I ran through it with the crowbar.
I mentioned you heard a clang.
Clang in the chest. You can check
Yes.
the chest.
Well, I assumed it was just the bottom of it,
It's a wooden chest.
but maybe the bottom was metal.
You should check.
All right.
You would know. Bottom. Debated.
Rude. All right. Okay.
Debated by Indians. Possums.
I know. Bruh. Okay,
So
I
I
guess
take it
my-
that Baz is not in the sharing mood.
No. Baz will explicitly state that he intends to carry out a ritual with his booze.
So we'll just be crying in this little like side wing,
Alright, okay, here's what
It's
I'll
like-
do then.
like hugging Mr. Chubbs really tightly.
I'll yell out to everybody else. Anybody else particularly hungry before I do something maybe potentially stupid? If you want some porridge, get it now.
Yes, this porridge just filled to bursting with possum blood.
Well, I guess you don't really want it now. If you like the added taste of a little iron,
You have
extra
black
iron in it.
You have a particularly loose bowl of black pudding at the bottom of this chest.
I'm gonna turn it over while open.
There's a clink as I'm clasped into the ground.
Covered in porridge.
Yes.
In a wave of porridge.
Yes, there's an awful lot of it.
Can I basically I'll use perception, I think, to try and figure out where the clink specifically
Easy to
landed.
find.
Yeah, okay.
There appears to be a small spoon.
A spoon. Okay. Well, I take it, I guess.
That's right, it's this channel sponsor, Matt, the Magic Spoon.
Oh yeah, this channel sponsor Magic Spoon! Yay!
Give us some more money.
Actually,
First taste free.
No, I should get a new sponsorship with them in the new year. I don't know why not. If you guys don't know, I can't really reveal my sponsors, but there's an old favorite coming back. It's your boy in January.
Yes, you now have a spoon that is currently leaking porridge.
The spoon leaks porridge?
Yes.
This reminds
It
me.
has, and it has only 4 net carbs. It produces a steady stream of almond porridge.
And it tastes just like normal porridge, but it's even keto friendly.
Is it keto friendly porridge?
Yeah, it's only 4 net carbs.
Yeah, I guess so, right, yeah. Okay.
I should state that the spoon is just kind of very displeasingly just dispensing like a thin trickle.
Can
Look
like
at-
that
look
thing
at-
at the end, like can I like stick it, like shove it, cork it up a little bit more so it stops?
Roll me a UMD check.
What?
A
Use
use
magic
magical
device.
devices check.
Oh. Ugh.
As you're fiddling about with it, you click a button, it changes, and both the gem and the porridge change color.
Oh. But it doesn't stop leaking.
No.
Eris! Eris, just ignore the pot. I'll take the spoon, I suppose, leaking porridge as it is. I'll leave.
It's now
Can you
leaking
help
a
with this?
viscous brown paste.
Help! I found the spoon. You're good with magic stuff. I don't know anything about magic at all. Here, what does this look like to you?
A spoon?
But it's leaking.
This kind of ad integration could be yours.
Dude, if only they don't. Yeah, they didn't do
It's
it.
not
They
on
didn't-
par with the Harmon Quest Dr. Pepper ad, but I like to think this is up there.
They didn't end up they did actually ask me to put some ads in here, so I do think that my
You hear that, children?
I
I'm
do
being
think that
held
my
out on
code
fun.
still works. So I believe if you go to Magic Spoon and use code Aiden, you will get some. Let's see what you get off, because I don't know if it still works, because it's from like a year. Find out.
Does Magic Spoon come with an unlimited supply of free porridge?
That is,
This
it
one
not.
does.
I do have to tell you that I must be clear that if you order Magic Spoon low carb keto friendly cereal, it does not in fact come with any limitless supply of
A
porridge
magical spoon.
or a magical spoon.
Bill, can I open this door over here?
It is a locked door, but it has only a padlock.
Let's see if it still works.
I will kick it in.
Also, I'll be
Roll
rolling
away.
spellcraft. For
Hey,
that
if you-
spoon.
Yes, it's $5 off your order. Use code Aiden, you'll get $5 off your order at Magic Spoon. They're not.
Oh,
They already
for it.
paid me.
You
Like,
don't even open the door. You just peel it off the wall.
Just falls over.
While Neri is giving,
Shilling.
like, cutting a promo to the ether.
To the evening.
I look inside the room.
Inside there is a pedestal, as well as a plinth upon which there is a sarcophagus.
Justin from Zalmas, $20 saying black coin for the midstream shillings. Bill, opinion on this?
Fair is fair.
That's fair.
Do I see anything besides the sarcophagus?
On the plinth to the side of the sarcophagus, amongst other like enormous bags of little doodads and rotten food,
Mm-hmm.
as well as what appear to be the bones of multiple little small animals that have been trapped in here over the years,
Mm-hmm.
there is quite a nice shield. In this case, is being used as a lid.
Atop the sarcophagus?
No, off to the side.
Okay.
This bit here.
Would this be considered a grave robbing?
It's not grave robbing until you take something out.
Alright, fair enough. I'm grabbing the shield.
The shield is a very old design. About 1,500 years ago. Equivalent to the, I would say equivalent to the Viking shield. But in this case, there is a usual through-the-arm grip rather than the traditional center boss.
Alright, so it's like a round shield, basically.
Yes, to look it around you. Quite sizable.
Nice.
So heavy. It looks like it used to be quite well painted, but the paint has long since faded away.
Nice.
Justin from Captain, $20 saying any one of my items for Mark.
Let me check
Oh.
the last list.
It's
And
gonna be another
uh,
Gorb.
Also, Zalmas for 20 as well says black coin for the midstream shillings. God
Yes,
damn
it has been mentioned already, Aiden.
Yep.
Oh, did it?
You've
Oh,
already
sorry.
received the coin.
Oh, my brain fucking died for a minute. I was too busy. I was in my shill mindset and I totally fucking fell out. Hang on a minute. How am I supposed to be
You just
given
sort
an
of
item?
blacked out.
Yeah, I did. I literally went into shill mode and I fucking blacked out. What the fuck? How did that? Look,
The magic
Mark-
spoon.
Mark,
You went into
look
a
at-
Hebrew frenzy.
No, Mark, look at what capitalism has done.
I will hear no more of this Hebrew
Capitalism
nonsense.
has run. For real though.
I'm just still in the corner with Salome, and she's witnessing this and like,
Listen, dog, I'm picking the lock as fast as I can go.
Oh, by the way, Bill, I would like to bless corpse on whoever's inside of this sarcophagus, which means that they will not return from the dead.
The sarcophagus looks quite restful. This is clearly like one of the earlier tombs in this particular batch of graves. It's a well-made stone sarcophagus lid depicting a knight in chainmail with a conical helmet.
Nice. What do I roll to like figure out if the shield does anything fancy?
Be an appraise check or a spellcraft.
All right. Spellcraft it is.
You're not sure if this shield is once magical, but a lot of very, very old magic degrades over time and tends to degrade into a much rawer form. Usually, the first degrades into just from its original. Say, let's say theoretically, you had a long sword. Plus, it was +1 flaming.
Mm-hmm.
As magic degrades over time, especially the earlier, more primal magics that are less reliable, first the bonus reverts from +1 flaming to +2. Then to +1 and some curse. Then all curse. And very, very old magical weapons tend there's a dip where they get weak, far weaker and become a hindrance, and then there's a big upswing when you get to the truly ancient magical weapons, where all that curse becomes more dangerous than the original enchantment.
I see.
But those tend to be dangerous to the wielder as well. That's why most people... It's considered maybe some kind of safeguard against immortal warriors that used to turn up back in antiquity.
So there's a cost to using it, basically.
It would depend upon the age. In this case, the item is so worn that if there was any magic, you can't detect it.
Gotcha.
Maybe you got it restored. You might get away. It would be, it's at the very least a finely made shield. Even in this state, it's considered masterwork.
Could be worth having appraised. With.
But you know that it is taboo to take from a grave. Usually, it's said that there are specific circumstances where a member of a guild or a knightly order would be allowed to take items from a reliquary, but those have to be like specifically allowed. Usually
In that case, he will probably leave the shield behind, as it's not his to take.
Okay.
Also, I did roll. Hold on, how much? 28 for spellcraft on the spoon to understand it.
Okay. For the spoon, what the spoon does is once per day, it will produce enough food, or say, sorry, not once a day. This spoon, placed in the vicinity of a group of people, will produce enough food to keep those people barely alive.
So that's
That's provided they are in a sedentary state.
has been feeding the possums for God knows how long, constantly with porridge.
Yes.
Do I also understand why it's suddenly leaking something different instead of porridge?
You kind of like sniff at it. It's got a very strange odor, almost like spice to it.
What?
Out of character. No, none of you know what cocoa is.
Yeah, does it still seem so? Well, survival. Would I see if it seems edible?
In my heart,
You have
I
no idea.
always
Right.
know what chocolate is.
I return.
Welcome.
I'll ask you then. I have no
With
idea.
spellcraft,
Does
you
this-
know what you essentially did was you figured out how to change the flavor setting.
Oh. There's a flavor setting on the spoon. But it does just leak.
It's available in a wide variety of flavors reminding you of your childhood.
Okay, but it does leak. Well, here's the solution to world hunger, I suppose.
It only covers the people that are within a 5-foot vicinity of it.
But doesn't it leak? That's why it was in
So,
the
if
chest.
you
Yes, it
stack
produces the food
people-
slowly.
Oh, okay. So it's a very. Okay, that was the.
It like barely
Hence the
keeps you
possums.
alive, basically. With just the amount
Well,
it
for-
produces.
But it was enough to
Seemingly
make a
that
bunch
was-
of possums really fat.
Yeah,
So-
but that's also possums, and we've also
Yeah.
been here for a bit now. That's why the porridge is warm, probably.
Nope, the
it's-
porridge always comes out at just the right temperature.
Well, this
Indeed.
seems extremely fucking useful.
I mean, you could probably just do the thing of you just hold it in your mouth while you're going adventuring, so you just never have to stop to eat.
So like
made of silver.
real fat. Blow up.
Oh god,
Become
So
air.
that's the torture
become
method.
Nikocado.
You set it
Oh my
on hot
God.
porridge and take their mouth shut with the spoon in it. And they after
Penny, you have
eat.
developed a new torture method. That's how we know
Also, it does
you're
specifically say
German.
it always produces just enough to just keep them alive.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well, for a
so
human-
we can like
for a
just
human.
keep them there.
It will
Tie
never produce
down.
enough to drown someone, but we could make
Or
enough
just
it's
to
not
water
meant
poison.
to drown them.
For,
And I'm
for
the
a
wolf
That's what I'm
humanoid.
getting at.
Well, I know. So for a humanoid, we'll always just keep them alive. They won't like fucking get morbidly obese. or
Now, the
anything.
funny part is, what if we all just
Just
stand
the
around
possums.
the person and just stare at them as the spoon will gradually increase the production because it will feed people in a certain vicinity?
I mean, it's still slow enough that
It's a,
True,
it's
but
it's a
it's not gonna
just-
hurt you unless you get
your
like, really.
It's a
stomach can
dribble,
only
right?
handle this much.
it's
Also,
what
at some point
basically
you
say
get
it's a
real tired
dribble.
of chewing.
Yeah, it basically
And
yeah, like you
swallowing.
said, it's a dribble. It's not like a pouring or a constantly leaking.
It's
It's
like
a
waterboarding,
drip.
but with porridge.
Yeah, it's a
yeah,
thick. It is just thick enough to coat the back of a spoon.
Okay, right. So it's waterboarding, but with porridge. Okay.
Very slow waterboarding.
Well,
Porridge
Yeah, this
boarding.
one, I was
I don't know what to put this in. Actually, would it? Let's see.
Does
Would
it
it
have an
fit?
off button?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
not that you found yet.
And not
Looks
that, that
like
you can
if you-
perceive with penny.
If you screw that diamond thing on the bottom, I bet it's done.
Well, I did that once, so okay, I'll turn it again then. The diamond thing at the.
Just starts producing beans.
Does anything change? It changed last time, so.
Okay, so we can do. Sorry, I had a cat on mine. Could you repeat that, please?
So I'll turn the crystal thing at the end of the spoon again to see what happens.
It changes to a vibrant pink color.
It's still dripping though.
Yep.
I'll keep just one at a time, turning it to see if there's an off.
Eris
Just
will like,
keeps changing color.
yeah. But once it starts to turn pink, Eris is just gonna take a step, just like back from it, or just like leans away from it, because like that's an unnatural color for food.
No, but it's not natural for food to come out of a spoon. So not in this way.
Bill,
So
can I kick in this door? We'll open it up with a crowbar.
You may. Please roll a spirit check.
Price string for power.
I had to use the bathroom.
I want to systematically go through the place and just see what is around. That should be 16.
16? Oh, scraping by. Okie dokie. This one's more of a, it's a plain, heavy-duty stone sarcophagus.
Do I see anything peculiar in the room?
The dust has been brushed from the top of the sarcophagus.
Does it look like it's been moved?
No, it looks like some attempts have been made to try and move it, but whoever was trying to do so was not strong enough.
In that
In
case,
here, if you could roll me a perception check, please.
yes.
Left-hand wall, there is a very small hole that's been dug through to here. Though it appears to have been crushed shut by movement in the stone beneath. There is also a rather scrawny-looking humanoid skeleton on the ground.
I shall bless the corpse. Mutter a quick prayer under my breath. And I shall do the same for whoever's in this sarcophagus.
Okay. Make all the proper arrangements. You clean off the sarcophagus. You make proper prayers and light some candles. Just to
Yes.
ease the spirits here.
I'll leave some incense here as well. And
Though I will say this,
Mhm.
the corpse on the ground with that roll is wearing something that has completely survived the degradation of everything else.
I will inspect it.
Okay. There are two things. One, there are a number of black flowers growing through the rib cage of the body. The other thing, it is wearing a peaked hat. Normally of the style worn by hunters.
I will gesture over to Eris. Say, might this be to your interest?
Let me check. She'll scoot by. What would I have to roll?
Okay, that would be a knowledge nobility, a knowledge local, or a spellcraft.
Spellcraft. So it'll be. 29.
Okay, all of these. Okie dokie, just 2 things.
Cyrus will just get closer to just like check.
Here's a model for your blushy.
Oh, I didn't mean to summon it just yet. It was for when we go upstairs. Because I think the Leshy right now doesn't have much use down here.
Okie dokie.
Yes.
Behold!
Upstairs. Oh my god! Bill, did you make this?
No, this is Captain's work. You can thank him for this.
Comrade?
I'm leaving the room.
I think
I'm not
Mark
dealing with
actually-
this.
You picked the worst time because Mark he said BRB.
I am back, though. I am
Okay,
back.
okay.
Comrade, could you come in here quick?
I like how it's a hat and the fish has a hat.
I think you'll understand this better than me. It has a crowbar on it, so...
Greatest part of it is the crowbar and simple. I love that.
Oh my god. Captain, it's truly a work of art.
As I try and wrangle with it.
I like how it has still a magnifying thing on it, because it clearly was like a product in the store. Oh, that was okay. Oh, that was my. No, that was me. Never mind. I'm fucking retarded. Oh,
That is
comrade.
okay to
Leave
be
us.
retarded.
It's.
Now with
What?
sats.
Is it statted? I mean, I assume so. Just like what in. Well, Nucko was once. He had negative int.
Once.
Oh yeah, I'll gesture to Martha. Hey, yes, look at it. I don't know what to make of it.
Well, I imagine you see some symbology on it that would be familiar as it relates to our friend.
I'm gonna
crowbar,
take the
yes.
gourd. I'm gonna take the gourd out of my pocket, shake it, and say, "Gorb, have you seen this?" Like, and go in
The
there.
reply is, I know, right?
Just, I know.
That's
right?
fucked up.
Is it spelled INORITE?
Yeah.
Alright, I
So
guess
wait, what powers does this hat bestow?
+2 to diplomacy, intimidate checks with socialists, social animals, outsiders, native or otherwise, and swarms. And once a day, it can cast hidden diplomacy.
Bruh.
But to do so, you need to hit the big red button, which activates the bass. And if you roll, you need to romance the fish. You need to make sure it says the right thing and doesn't just start screaming racial slurs at people.
Okay. Wait. Okay, so wait.
The KG bass is a very flighty beast. He'll turn on
wait,
you in an
it-
instant.
At any point, it could become Vladimir Putin. I get what you mean. Okay, you gotta keep this.
The KG bass is
under
a
control.
descendant of the great Praetorian Guard, notoriously backstabbing creatures.
Oh, I'm in pain a little bit. Thank
Good.
you. Yeah, I know it's a good pain. It's a good pain.
Can I try and breach the next door?
Oh, before as he's doing that though, I'm also gonna. I know that you don't have a symbol for it, but did you? Oh, did you have the symbol for me dragging the other chest of the porridge out here?
Yeah, that's what the chest is.
Okay, making sure.
You should have.
I see it.
You should be able to move it.
No, just making sure it's out here. That's all.
Yeah, it's here. See?
Okay, cool. Got it.
I'm just not going to make you roll at this point. They're all the same strength.
Yeah.
I'm also just gonna say sorry to the corpse and just leave.
Alright, anything peculiar behind door number 3?
It appears to be a storage room filled with crates of what appear to be just funereal supplies.
Ooh.
More incense, candles. In some cases, like special ointments and unguents.
Nice.
And rather worryingly, a very large jug of lye.
I would like to take the jug of lye. I'm just gonna pocket this, and I'm gonna not elaborate on it.
It's like the size of, like, those really big, like,
there's some
plum
nefarious
wine
shit
jugs.
you could do with lye.
It's quite a sizable amount. So hiding it will not be easy. But it is doable.
Oh, just put it in your pants and just be, right in the front, right in the crotch.
Just start walking bow-legged everywhere. Everyone notices that you look like you've just catastrophically shot yourself.
Just attack.
I feel like people really need. Excuse me. I think we need to go back and really appreciate Penny's "hips don't lie" joke. That was very good, Penny. It was unappreciated. I felt upset that it was unappreciated.
See, we're already spoiled for that because Cross in the other game we're in also makes Shakira jokes. Shout out to Cross in his game.
Indeed.
As well as the captain in his game.
Cross is
With the
right.
Shakira jokes.
Alright, one more door left.
What's behind door number 4? I think we're at, or 5? 4.
4.
Yeah.
A small shelf of books, a few pots, and a large circular stone floor.
I will appraise the books, and after a bit, I will realize that I still can't read. These are some very funky runes.
If you need help, you know that Era speaks several languages.
His head just sort of sticks out of the doorway, confused,
Bill, was that
looking
just
at
a
Eris.
click you
Yep.
said?
Eris, you're the
As he
only one
thumbs
who
through the volumes.
who's in any way intelligent, or I think maybe even literate in the party.
I will
So-
throw the book away from me and take a 5-foot step out of the room, leaning against the.
No, get away from me! I can't read!
Basically, just throwing it away like a frag grenade.
Any explosions?
Well, no, because the clip was coming from this room.
Oh,
You take forever making locks.
She kind of looks at you with a disgusted look on her face. I'm not a locksmith. I cut through this. She kind of prods at you, prods in the air where you'd be with a sawtooth knife.
also, seeing as Baz got scared by books, Eris will go in there.
Just gonna float through the wall in disgust from her attitude. Take a look around the room.
Well, I'll head up to where they.
As you open up
action
the
appears
door,
to be.
there's a click, and then a kind of high-pitched hissing noise.
Oh,
On which end? Which room?
The top
From-
room.
Stop. Do I notice what this hissing sound is as I float there unperturbed?
yeah, I'm standing on the outside. I'm not going in yet.
doesn't seem to be affecting you.
Is the door still closed? So you just floated through it, right?
I floated through the wall.
Right. So the door and everything is closed.
She picked open the lock.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's a
no
very
one's-
acrid smell coming out from that room. However, Amont can't actually smell that much, being a ghost.
Yeah.
No. I'm assuming
The
you
fact
blew
that
outside
she's
of her.
smelling something should say enough that it has to be very
I'm
I can't
guessing-
smell it. I
I'm
can't smell it.
guessing that these doors, they're going to be some seepage coming through the bottom and top, or inside of it, though. Yeah?
You look down at the knife that she cut open the door with, and the edge of it's melting.
Oh, shit. Okay. I'm going to move away then. And
Oh, shit.
and suggest Salome does as well, yeah.
As she lets go of the knife, it just melts into blood.
Into blood?
Yes. She's a Sangomancer. She can make weapons out of
Oh,
blood.
right, okay.
I'm just going to
There is a kind of a pregnant pause, and as everyone else is watching, you see the wooden door completely disintegrate.
Ugh.
Like it breaks down to the consistency of a compost.
Oh, fuck.
Does it look like there's any sort of smoke or gas moving
There is.
out of the room?
Left in a heap on the ground, a small canister of something with burnt yellow stained edges.
I'm just gonna unravel the rope that I tied to Salome's sword earlier and just spool it out of the pocket dimension and just dap it with the rope. See what happens.
Oh, the second the hemp rope touches it, it starts to degrade very, very quickly.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Salome, darling, could you be a dear and cut that off before it disintegrates the rope?
She flicks the rope and it severs.
Okay. Take the rest of the remaining length of the rope and just use it to feel around the corners of the room, like a magic snake.
I'm gonna move further away.
The rest of the room seems fine. It seems like the 5-foot square of the door was affected.
Oh, really?
Gonna move the witch light into the room and turn it into a bright witch light.
There's an ornate sarcophagus depicting a woman in a fine silk dress, laying in repose.
Going to, well, technically I'm still walking, but going to waft over to the sarcophagus, put my head inside of it, and see inside the sarcophagus.
Just a simple skeleton covered in the same black roses that were in one of the other rooms.
Float back out. Anybody know anything about some damn black roses?
I look at Eris.
We look at Eris like,
Oh, yeah.
do you know anything about black roses, maybe?
Let me
Like the ones
think.
in the other room.
Let me go check. Remind me to check the books you found.
Eris is being given so many tasks because the only person who understands magic. I'll
Can I see
come
the
with
black
you.
roses from over here?
In
Sorry,
one of
the
the-
sarcophagus.
they're inside the sarcophagus. There are a few buds like creeping out from the sarcophagus itself.
I'll go in. If it seems that the smoke has dissipated, right?
Yep.
Okay, so
Apart from a little bit of yellowing on the shelf, the books in there are fine as well. There's a few crates of
Mary,
them supplies.
please take. Keep watch of the books here as well. Wanna check them too. So I'm gonna have a look at those roses. The little buds.
Okay. They are black roses, the exact colour of used charcoal. So
Can I
charcoal
tell
grey
if
with some
they're
grey edges.
natural or like artificial?
They do seem to radiate a magical effect.
Spellcraft to find out what it is?
Certainly. Knowledge nature is also available.
Here's the spellcraft.
Okay.
And then I'll also roll nature.
Can I combine my rolls with hers?
You can roll to aid.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
In this case, I would also ask Mr. Chubbs, as that is very peculiar.
Oh no! Roll a d10,000, please. So the second one doesn't get aid, but Mr. Chubbs will help. You're not sure. They seem to have been caught. They only seem to be growing from these bodies.
Mm-hmm. I would say they're unnatural.
They do flag under magic. You got well enough to know that there is a necromancy and transmutation effect, as well as a enchantment effect.
Can I tell which enchantment? Or just that there is one?
Let's see. Hang on, my d10,000 shots fucking up. I'll do this shit manually now.
Because I would then also try to maybe roll knowledge arcana on it.
Certainly.
Okay, I'll prep that roll then.
Caster turns ethereal and reduced to 5 hit points. You already do that.
Teehee.
Yeah, I'm just gonna rule it. Yeah, when you hit 5 hit points, you turn totally ethereal.
Okay.
So as long as you're on very low health, you will be ethereal fully. Please note that down. With the Arcana roll, you have heard of these. These are fairly infamous. They only grow on places that have. They only usually grow
One
near
moment,
mass
actually.
graves.
Justin 20 from Mechanicus on duty saying, I do not care for this ghost getting off scot-free from triggering traps. All mines and mine turtles now have ghost touch.
Well, fair's fair.
Okay.
Don't worry, we very rarely accidentally set up the mine turtles.
Unless someone bowls them into a room. Right, comrade?
Sounds like a really cool move, that does.
Yeah,
It
to be
was
honest.
pretty cool, until it, like, knocked my character out.
Sorry.
No joke.
But these kinds of roses only grow in places that are normally on top of mass graves, and they only grow directly from bodies, like intact bodies.
I see.
It's theorized they only grow from people who are still alive when the germination process begins. But that's not confirmed. Given the age of some of these bodies, especially this one in the sarcophagus, unlikely.
I shall relay the information.
That one's more up for debate. Be that as it may. This specific breed of magical alchemical roses are well known because they have one very simple ability. A mature pollen... when these roses are at the pollinating stage, if you blow the pollen into someone's face, it will silence them for a minute.
Ooh, fancy. Though you said they're budding, right? Or
Some are budding. Some of the interior ones are currently in the flowering state. Strangely, these flowers only seem to actually flower in the dark as opposed to in sunlight.
I see. I just had a very bad idea. Probably would not be smart to
The
test
breed is
out
called
the
a Barrier's
silencing
Rose.
thing.
There's a joke for the history nerds out there. Somewhere out there is a person who's keen on the Russian history calling me an asshole for this joke. Yeah, there are a few of these adult flowers.
Could I use Mage Hand to try and like collect some of the pollen in one of the like milk bottles? Making sure to not take off the roses. Just like bending them over and like getting the pollen out.
It would be more a task for like a small piece of paper. They only produce a small amount of the pollen with each pollination stage. The Warberia's rose does enter that. It does bloom multiple times per year.
Is it possible to cultivate these outside of the environment?
I mean, if you have a
Yes.
dead body, yeah.
Yep,
And a mass
especially on
grave.
places. It doesn't need to be in direct contact with the mass grave. It just needs to be in the vicinity of a place that has held one.
Okay.
It's all a matter of the amount of negative energy in the area.
Okay. Just gonna mentally project this alone. Hey, you want some dust that can silence a person?
You hear from the other room, way ahead of you.
I should
Don't
try
breathe it
grabbing
in.
it from another person.
You see that she's actually, from your point of view, Carl, you see that she's actually placing them into what appears to be a jar of honey.
What's the honey
Jeez.
for?
Well, probably catching the pollen. Plus preserving the flowers. That'll
Precisely.
make an interesting concoction of sleepy honey. Wait, not sleepy, silencing honey. Tea
Plan
time
on
is gonna be
feeding-
fun.
Plan on feeding that to someone?
The night's young.
It's gonna float out of the room, along with my ghost light, go into the library.
Most of the texts are primarily religious texts or texts relating to, specifically to death. The funereal rites, metaphysics books.
Project this alone. Can you read common?
Who's aimed towards her?
Yes, I
Projecting
can.
Salome.
No,
Can she read common?
A little.
I need your eyes.
Here, don't lose it. She throws an eye into the room. Her left eye is now closed. The little eye rolls across the floor, looks up at you and blinks. And then quite quietly, a little pair of arms come out and a little pair of legs. And it very sadly trundles over and starts reading.
This is actually fine. Shit. Does it count as possession if I try to possess this eyeball?
You can certainly try.
It's gonna kneel down and insert my pinky behind it. Try to put it inside what it would be equivalent to its back.
It turns to you, kind of glares at you, and this booming voice at the back of your skull says, "Keep your hands to yourself."
Is this voice coming from Salome or from the eye?
The eye.
Apologies. I did not believe you were sentient.
You notice that those words were backed up by a command spell. Quite a potent one, too.
Let's see. Just gonna... Salome, is this you?
All you hear is laughing from the other room.
Just gonna go ahead and size up the eye. Okay. Would this be the master I'm speaking to then?
The laughter gets louder.
Information. Okay, Mr. I. Can you tell me what the titles of these books are?
Yeah, let's get you. Here you go.
Oh, it even has a little sword. The Linky.
Introduction to metaphysics. Practical applications of frankincense. Incense theory. Color theory and funereal rites. Coffin Interiors Monthly. Issues for February of the 28th, February 28th through to October 23rd. It's an omnibus. And several binders of contracts.
Just gonna start piloting Nere's to start walking towards the room. I need your hands.
Neri, this is on the ground beside you.
Hmm? Oh, fuck. Okay.
It looks very sad.
It does look very sad. It also looks cute. Alright, what can I do to help?
Just gonna slowly waft into her body.
The worst thing is, it always makes you breathe manually.
I'm gonna walk her towards gonna watch her towards the bookshelf. Start taking the books off the ground so that Blinky can read them. First, starting with the series of contracts. Take the book, first page on the ground. Start using Nere's mage hand. Open the lid.
I don't have Mage Hand.
You do.
Oh, wait, yeah, I do. I have a thing that's similar to Mage Hand. No, wait, no, is that in this game? Hang on.
You've got telekinesis.
Telekinesis,
Yes.
yeah. There it is.
I'm gonna slowly levitate the book to the ground. Open up the first page. Allow Blinky to read. Now just let me know when you need me to turn the page. We can go very fast.
I can very well turn the page. Just because I've spent so long trapped in that psychopath's head doesn't mean I don't have some agency.
Aww. I don't know if I can allowed. I think I just say inside my own head because I don't know if I can actually speak through my own mouth right now.
You can.
Okay. Then, aww.
Proceed, Mr. Blinky.
Don't you condescend to me, you big stony bint. I've had enough.
I'm not condescending. I'm trying to be compassionate. And you're one to talk, you chubby little queer.
Amat just lets out a long bellowing laugh.
Excuse me, it's 1897.
That's a very old reference. This is a reference to myself.
It's a reference to Fairy Wish Prince by Stamper.
Yes, to Fairy Wish Prince from Stamper.
It's not the worst thing in that. It's not the worst thing in that scene.
No.
Neri, could you give me a will save,
God, nice
please?
face for a little boy. Well, that's a different one. No, that's a different one.
That's Lord of the Devil.
Yeah, Oni. But you also, yeah. Right.
Will save.
We'll save. Oh, thank you for
Focus.
reading to me. Thank you.
Upon
Jesus
Make
Christ.
roll me a D10,000
fuck
check.
me.
As it looks at him and goes,
Just will be heard.
command. Apologize.
Oh my god, it's a really big number. Oh no, I'm scared.
This is the consequence. This is what happens when you're rude.
This Major Tom
like-
Brown.
It actually is true.
You laugh. I've had this chart legit teleported Tarask into space. This wouldn't be the
legitimately-
weirdest thing it's done.
I legitimately said something fucking rude and I got punished for it.
Okay, the first one. Nearest paladin refuses to acknowledge the fealty of the king. That doesn't work because the nearest paladin is Mark's character comrade, who already does not believe in fealty to the king.
Nothing has changed.
There seems to be a lot of really redundant results so far, but there is another one still. One suit of armor nearby is burned to slag.
So who is
Black.
armor?
Who is wearing armor?
Just take a few steps back.
Let's just go with the reviews to another paladin, a
The
non-comrade
next-
one.
The next
Okay.
paladin.
Nick Paladin over.
It's like when the when the Yellow Lantern ring finds Batman. It's like I ain't messing with this guy. I'm leaving. I'm gonna go walk with Scarecrow.
Also, did you guys catch Mechanicus on duty's super chat?
Ooh.
Mechanicus on duty for 20 says, I do not care for this ghost getting off scot-free
Oh,
from
you-
triggering
oh, yeah.
traps.
We already got that
We
one.
got that one. We got
Okay.
that one.
Oh, right,
Late!
you did, okay.
Late!
Late. Judge her. Judge her.
Alright, admonish me.
Bottom. There you go.
The
This is
little
only channel where you get your super chats read out twice.
Yeah.
Value.
Re-
Hang on,
reason I have
hang on.
it
I'll
open
see. I'll
on
put the caretaker on the background.
Yes.
But
Capitalist
you've
blackout is
you've
still
been
lingering.
told for using the command spell. Apologize.
Sorry, I didn't mean it that way. Just, you're being a little bit rude yourself, and I couldn't help but, respond in kind. All things in balance as they should be. That's my motto. You're being a little rude, I'll be a little rude. I do apologize, though. Are we all copacetic? I'll extend my hand to his little robot arm thing.
Neri, what is your alignment?
I'm pure neutral.
Neri's is
Or wait,
idea.
am I true neutral or am I neutral good? I didn't write it down.
It's okay. It only has to take a hit.
Oh no, I'm pure neutral. I'm true neutral. Yeah.
As it speaks to you, you notice that its lips don't move.
Okay.
Not only rude, but a degenerate as well.
Did he do that thing where I hold up my hand and he goes ah, and like lifts his up and puts it back behind his head?
It flies up to you, turns around, backs up, toots on your hand, and flies off.
Ari, I need him to read. Why were you rude to Mr. Blinky?
He was rude to me first.
Just in from Zama's, $20 saying more black coins for Aiden for not paying attention.
Just gonna have Neri pick up the book from the ground and slowly walk her to the room.
I literally went to the bathroom. All right, that's fine.
Coins for everybody.
All right.
I'm gonna hold up the book to Salome
As
and
those
ask, can
three
you
are
please
doing
read?
their stuff, I'd also like to just check the books in the other room that I'm in right now.
As you pass by the room where Salome is, you literally see the small creature crawl up the side of her face and slowly wedge itself back into her eye socket. There's a very unpleasant crunching noise as it goes in.
Gonna hand the book to Salome. Can you please read this? It's very notable. Now it needs. I need to actually narrate this part. It's very noticeable when Salome witnesses Neri hand her the book that since she has been possessed by Grand Malevolence, there's like an overlayer over Neri's eyes and face where her mouth doesn't move, but she can very clearly see lips moving.
Okay.
Well, I kind of do. They're just rock lips.
When I speak, your lips don't move.
Okay.
Salome will take out a pair of glasses and just carefully flick through.
Just gonna make an offhand comment. Shouldn't that be a monocle?
They're different prescriptions. She'll point at each lens individually. And like, she upon closing it, she takes her thumb runs it across the canine, cutting it to the bone, smears a bit of blood across the top, at which point you see the blood skitter off across the surface of the book like a swarm of tiny red spiders.
Mm-hmm.
And for a few moments, the entire book just courses with these tiny red spiders. Before she carefully holds up the book, squeezes it, and dripping down from the spine is a thin red trickle of liquid that she scoops up into her mouth. That should be everything. She will squeeze out more of the reddish liquid from where the spiders have coalesced back into blood and cram it bodily into Neri's mouth.
To prevent the cramming sensation, Armand will just simply open Neri's mouth slightly.
Suddenly, the entirety of the contents of the book flash into both your minds.
Bruh.
The contents being?
It's a simple book of funereal rites. It's for the one of the churches that predates the Church of the Dragons over here.
In the book of contracts?
In the contract book. In the contract book, each of the contract is the payment for the plot, the right for eternal enjoyment of the plot, and very strangely, there are a full listing of deeds and rights that you'd normally expect to find for a noble who is sworn to a liege lord. In this case, they seem to be swearing the individual occupants of these crypts to the longhouse of the person who owns this particular larger crypt complex, as if it were a longhouse owned by a chieftain.
Is the name of these individuals and the chieftain inside the book?
They are written with marks, so they are not a name; they are a symbol for each.
As in
person.
Carl? Not our friend Carl, but Karl Marx?
Greatest
Brother Carl.
marks.
Brother Carl, how have you been?
Hello?
That joke will not transfer very well. But so, each of the different people in these crypts just corresponds to a different symbol. They don't have a direct name.
Going to leave Neri's body. I'm going to go around to each sarcophagus and analyze them with perceptions, taking 20 each, studying each of the symbols, and seeing if any of the marks correspond, and then fly back into Neri.
Okay, looking around the symbols, there's one symbol that does not fit in with the rest.
Which symbol is that on what sarcophagus?
Okay. The symbol appears in two places. There is a symbol in the very center of the circle here in the records room, and appears also on the side of this sarcophagus here. A part of it appears in the middle of this room as well, but it appears to have been obscured or damaged in some fashion.
Okay. I'm going to fly out of Neri's body and slightly and politely past Salome. And I'm going to walk Neri to the other room with the ghost light. And I'm going to illuminate the symbol with the witch light. And also study the symbol. And then also study the symbol in here. What would I need to roll to understand?
Where do you want me to go?
Just in the library.
Okay.
What do I need to roll in order to gain more knowledge of the symbol?
It would be knowledge religion.
Neri, roll religion.
I do not have it. I don't double check. I do not. But I have knowledge, geography, obviously, history, local, and ability. But whatever.
I
Wow.
At least it's not a 1.
Yeah, again, I
Here's
guess
the symbol for the benefit of
close.
it.
Yeah. We've seen this before. I thought we'd seen this before.
What kind of yellow sign looking thing is that?
For sure, we've seen this shit before.
It's very angular. It's also very heavily sunken into the stone.
Okay.
If I have knowledge of engineering, you can also roll that. Or don't you have stone cutting as well?
I don't.
Stone cutting.
Maybe. I don't know.
No, I don't. Again, I have knowledge
Maybe I said
geography. Would that help? I have history.
Not quite. It's more of an engineering thing.
No, I don't know it then.
Who has the highest engineering role in the party?
Does anyone have knowledge engineering?
I have -2.
I think so.
It's not. I mean, I can roll it. It's the same.
I'm going to throw this one open to the floor. If you have a knowledge skill, let me know what you want to roll. And
I have geography, history, local, and nobility.
Can I use siege engineer?
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent.
Hell yeah. Ooh.
Baz, you can get these before. These are Sullyport blocks. They are usually hidden in select places in a keep, so that in it, if someone inside the castle needs to get out in a hurry, either to attack the people besieging it or to escape, so that can be moved upon discreetly. Most people, there are a lot of people working in the world today, in the realms of nobility or ex-nobility, that don't even realise that their castle has like 3 hidden passageways to the outside that they aren't even aware of.
See.
Would these sigils have been part of the teleportation magic that was used by the grave thing to cause teleportation?
The crypt thing's teleportation ability is innate to crypt things. It's part of their mastery over their realm. It essentially treats the place as if it is a separate plane for the purposes and allows them to banish people from it.
Okay.
This is an actual recessed keyhole.
These markings, just going to project this to everybody in the room, and then politely, in the space, I guess behind Salome, a image of ghostly fire wafting with lavender and cyan colors, for the benefit of Mr. Blinky, will politely speak in a normal tone, but projecting to everyone but Salome. These symbols are littered all about this room and can be used to get in and out of this place. Effectively, even though they were never intended to open this place could have been used and still can be used as a fortress. They're basically escape hatches.
Seems
As
quite
you
ideal.
know that with the construction you're dealing with here and with the angle of the stonework, the only place this is a mechanical, not quite trap, but a mechanical mechanism, and that the only real place it can go is down. Unless it's going to throw you through the ceiling into the sky. Which it doesn't come to that, but still.
Who wants to be a test subject?
I do.
Well, we have a volunteer.
Oh, finally a volunteer. Armand's just going to slightly, politely, again, pass Salome out of the room into the center, direct his vision directly towards Hans, and force Hans to walk into the room in front of the sarcophagus.
Salome will step to one side.
Alright. Let's give this a try.
Does he need to roll to try and use the device?
Depends what he wants to do. There is a symbol embossed. In this case, the symbol is like a keyhole, but it's also embossed on the stone. Just like to know what you'd like to do with it. Like, physically speaking.
So it's like a keyhole, right?
Yes.
In that case, I would like to grab my Traveler's Any tool and reshape it
Okay.
to the shape of an appropriate key.
Probably best bet as a skeleton key, which gives you, I believe, a +5 to disable device.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Try disable device then.
While he's doing this, I'm just gonna
Double check
move
something.
Miri. I'm gonna move Miri back into the regular room along with my witch light.
All right.
Just gonna move. Yes, I'm just moving you back into the room along with my witch light.
Okay, yeah, you move me. Go ahead.
So, +5. 4, 9.
Haha! Click. Baz, what do you do? You've had a click.
Being paranoid as he is, he's just gonna take a real quick 5-foot step back and huddle on the other side of the wall.
It's probably for the best. As you dive out of the way, there's a bright blue discharge of electricity through the Any tool.
Well done.
Which unfortunately just had the side effect of burning off the skeleton key portion. It sits on the ground like a burnt out light bulb filament. You'll have to get it mended before you can really use the skeleton key function again.
Gotcha. Well, that gives us some indication. Also, it seems that we weren't the only ones who were trying to get in here. Seeing as the top has been fiddled with. Could I appraise the sarcophagus a bit more? Particularly like the seams.
You may.
Alright. Could I use perception for this? Or actually, siege engineering. I reckon that would be better.
Yeah.
Alright.
Oh yeah, you know exactly what this is. There is no seam at the top. It's a solid piece. Meaning this is not a sarcophagus. This is a metal. This is a stone shroud. So it is a sarcophagus of sorts, but more in the Chernobyl sense of the word. This is an enormous concrete insular layer for what essentially is a very large chemical battery.
We're just slightly float into the room next to Vaz. First, I'm going to test if I can put my hand through it. Slowly. Down to about the beginning of the forearm at the wrist.
Carl, could you do me a favor and roll me a reflex save, please?
$22.
Oh, as you pull back your hand and there's a little, as you get a little bit of a shock.
Oh,
It's just
yes,
one-
that's...
I'd say it's a bunch of non-lethal, but you're a ghost, you're immune to it.
I'm immune to the damage, but I still have the reflex of the effect.
Yeah, it still hurts.
Do I actually take
It's
damage?
very. Oh, it doesn't hurt. It's uncomfortable.
It's like a joy buzzer.
Yeah.
Baz, go ahead and walk out the room for me. I'm about to do something stupid like the rest of you.
Sure thing.
Oh.
This is a
Yeah, welcome
10-foot
to the
step
team
jump.
then. You gotta start doing stupid things. Come on.
I'm gonna mentally project to Salome. Salome, can you please ask if Mr. Blinky would please be a witness to what I'm doing? He doesn't need to do anything but watch.
She kind of holds out a hand with Blinky in from around the corner.
Okay.
Blinky is
Also-
carefully held between a pair of tongs.
First, because I still haven't dispelled it, I'm going to use the remaining length of the rope that's still in the pocket dimension that is seated near her waist to snake it into the room, and I'm going to tie it around the door frame, assuming that Bass didn't already rip it off, or Mark didn't already rip it off.
the hinge was popped, but it's still like hanging.
Okay. It's going to slowly retract it backwards, like a cinch, so it pulls the rest of it off the frame. Because the rope itself can take several tons. I think it's one. No, I'm just gonna read it. One. Rope trick is useful. And bottom of the sheet. Where is it? Yes, it can lift. It can support up to 16,000 pounds. So it's just going to slowly wrench the door completely off.
If you were looking to remove it, like Baz pretty much already removed it from its hinges. If you prefer it that way.
Okay, just going to drag it out of the way.
Yeah.
And detach the rope. Then going to take the rope and basically use it as a extension to see if any other effects happen in the room. Start palming around on the surface. Keep testing wrist-wise.
If you disable device, if you got it. If not, roll me dex.
Disable device or dex.
Yeah. They work out the same. So.
Disable.
Could I give an aid another to this somehow?
Well, certainly. Alternately, you can roll UMD.
I would. Let's see what happens if I roll dex.
That's respectable. Just kind of palming around as if there's a few more like small arcs of electricity, and then there's a click as you press it above the symbol.
Going to slightly back up out of the room. Blinky, do you see anything?
A voice will play at the back of your mind. So unto the shoulders, so unto the eyes. I am a bane to those who despise.
Is he giving a riddle?
This is not from Blinky. This is coming from, you can tell from the sarcophagus.
And the riddle was what?
It seems like a riddle.
So unto the shoulders, so unto the eyes. I am a bane to those who despise.
S-O or S-E-W?
I shall write it out.
So unto the eye, so unto the shoulders, so unto the eyes. I'm bane to those who despise. Armand's going to... Can I project this voice into everyone else's head as well?
Yes.
I'm going... Is it playing on repeat?
That's from the first press.
Going to put... Well, the door frame's gone, so I can see from here. I'm going to stand here. I'm going to have Neri stand here. I'm going to have Neri use her mage hand to press the button again.
Okay, telekinesis, yep.
I shall... Another voice chimes in. I shall write this one out directly first. Burden of burdens, the weight of the vow. I'm garbed in moonlight, or garbed in night, depending on the translation, because it does vary between languages, but naked of brow.
Is this voice speaking in a language, or is it directly transmitting this message?
This is, by the sounds of things, true speech. And you know that because technically Blinky is part of the collective and he speaks true speak.
Can Blinky hear my thoughts?
You're not sure.
I'm going to ask vocally, Blinky, may I please attempt to connect you to the network? But I'm going to have to drop somebody temporarily.
Can't.
Paris will offer to be okay with
Deal's a
being
deal,
off, so she can,
fortunately.
like, do her stuff.
I'm not allowed in.
You're not allowed to think?
Rules are rules.
Can Salome hear your thoughts?
Not allowed to talk about it. Rules are rules.
Just teleport directly into Salome's eyesight. Can you at least translate what I'm about to project to your mind?
I should say everyone can understand true speech,
Okay.
but there are certain idioms that you only get if you speak it fluently. That's the whole point of true speech. Is that it's a universal language.
Okay.
They're just, it's like it kind of is what Esperanto wishes it was.
Okay. I'm going to project the messages back to everyone in the room. Poll everybody's idea. Does anybody have any idea what this riddle is?
No idea.
And I'll verbally repeat it for Blinky's ability.
So unto the shoulders, so unto the eyes. I'm a bane to those who despise. Burden of burdens, the weight of the vow. I'm garbed in moonlight, but naked of brow.
It sounds like some vow of inauguration, I'd say. Not sure if it's a riddle. Bill, could I roll knowledge religion to figure out anything
You may.
about this? Alright.
I will roll to aid him.
Okay. In some belief systems, especially older Elysian systems, it's believed that sometimes if dead are restless, they will hang around a location indefinitely. But over time, they'll begin to lose more and more of themselves. So some people like to believe behind riddles or idioms that the person would understand, to both stimulate their mind, remind them of what they were meant to be doing, and also having the added benefit of reminding them who they are. It's kind of like a cross. It's a cross between like a therapy for the demented and a security question.
An undead security question.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it possible that this would have been left behind for the person that became the crypt thing?
Potentially, it could have been intended for anyone. Some of these crypts are quite old, older than when this was used as a mass grave. But you're not sure when this mechanism was made. It might have been that it was made after the tomb was sealed. There are a lot of chemicals kicking around. It's not inconceivable they could be used to make another battery like this.
I would like to use read magic as a methodology to understand if I can recreate the effect.
Okay. Roll me a spellcraft check.
$19.
Okay. With properly prepared crystals, an electrical power source, and enough time and effort, especially if, effort of someone who's a skilled gem cutter, you could make a rig that kind of works like the telepathic equivalent of a radio. It projects audio into the brains of people around them. In this case, it's true speech.
Is that what this device is?
Seems to be. It's kind of like a sonic radio. Though very, very short range. And it appears that by trying to pick it like a lock, Baz accidentally shoved a metal rod directly into basically an electrode. You basically shoved a fork at a power outlet.
Wow.
I need paper. I visibly turn to Neri and say, I need paper. Then
Paper?
turn... Yes.
I don't have any paper.
There's a library over there.
Oh, okay. That's true.
I look over to Salome. Do you have the ability to use that spider trick to write down information as well?
She'll bite through the skin of her pinky finger, kind of rub it into a... and she rubs her pinky and thumb together, the blood foams.
Bruh.
It's a very disquieting, kind of bubbling mess of red. Let's find out.
Well, let's say we have some ink at least. I would assume there's some sort of... Wait, which room is the library?
The
This
bottom
one,
right.
yeah?
Bottom right.
Bottom right. No. Okay. Alright. Well, let's head down there then. Ooh, not the treasure chest. No.
Just grab any piece of paper and rip off any page that's blank.
Okay. Just I'll come out down here. I'll grab a bunch of, just flip through, look for any blank pages. I'm assuming there are some of these are like journals and stuff, right?
Yes, any pages that are completely
Okay.
blank and have no important information on them whatsoever.
All right, I'll flip through them. Find. I don't know. Do I take like a stack of them? Basically, find
Take it.
Bill. Yeah.
Take about 10 sheets.
Am I able to find that in the books that are here, Bill?
Most of the pages are quite richly illustrated.
Okay.
These are
Right.
also vellum. There is about one page
Okay.
spare.
One
the
page.
entirety of the binders.
One page, exactly one.
Yes. Everything else is fairly... These are from an era where, like, vellum and paper are
Yeah,
a
so
very heavy
expensive.
premium, so it's considered a significant flex to have a spare page.
Okay, so I'll come back and be like, all right, well, there's no 10 pages. There's one. Use it carefully. Write
How-
tiny.
How about the books in the room with the woman's...
Oh, there was one up here
sarcophagus?
too. Yeah, okay. I'll run up here. Wait, room. Anything up here? As I flip through. Any empty pages?
Not many. When you get to the very last page, though, you do find something. The book is not a book. It's a hollow storage box. Dressed up
Oh,
like
shit.
a book.
Okay. What's inside?
You can't open it as there is a locked latch. But you can, when you like try to open it, you notice that it's a solid piece. Seems a bit flimsy though. Just a piece of
And just
well,
break it
actually
with
plywood.
strength.
No, no, do not break it.
Well, you're not in here, but I'm just looking at it, being like, oh well.
I am connected to your mind,
Oh,
and I
right,
can
right, you
feel
are, you
your
are, you are.
intent.
Right, you are. Okay, right, you are. I forgot. Right. That's unusual.
No,
But-
Carl, you can't cry for the stupid. You'll be weeping all day.
I'm just gonna punch it. I'm a rock person. I'm just like, oh, just, you know.
Grug
Okay.
not like
Grug,
mocking
like-
Grug inability to read.
I don't.
Join the club.
My intelligence is 10. Okay, like I'm not the
Or Gren
smartest person.
Party.
Okay, so you want me to bring this book back then? So I'll take the. You said I got like what, like 3 pieces of paper. out of this room?
This one, no.
No, nothing. Okay.
There's just that, like, book vault.
Okay, so no paper. We have the one piece of
There is,
vellum,
however,
then.
a chunk of slate that seems to
Slate.
have fallen in from the ceiling.
Well,
With a
anyway,
bit of chalk.
We have chalk. We have chalk. Yeah. All right, so I'll pick up the slate and the empty book, and I'll bring it back, and here be like, well, here's what I got, fellas. I don't
Okay.
know.
One page of vellum, one piece of slate.
And this book that I really did want to punch, but you highly encouraged me not to.
Just gonna have Neri hold the box up underneath with both hands, as though she's holding an offering plate. Just stick my face right in it.
The book?
Yes, I'm going to stick
Yeah,
my face into the. I'm going to stick the area that would be my eyes into the container of this, and the witch light. Use it to illuminate the inside of the container.
This is kind of broken. This is fucking cool, though.
Well, he's only a certain percentage intangible,
Yeah.
so if he's really unlucky, he can get stuck. I've been
Yes.
rolling on my end.
I know you have. That's why I've been testing everything first.
Now, it should be noted that one should be very careful how one interacts their eyelids with potentially solid matter. It's always the roughest place to get caught. But inside the little... there is an amulet.
Can I study the details of the amulet?
It's quite a finely wrought little thing. It bears the same inscription that the keyholes do. I say keyholes, the sigils do. Though this one is cut into a garnet.
Okay. Going to lift my face out of the box. Use Neri's mage hand to levitate the box to Salome. There's a necklace in here with the same design that's on this radio battery, made from what I can only describe as alchemy and a man's wish to not let the ghouls go insane. It might be a key, it might be treasure, but this is yours now.
She looks down at it. And she just forms a little pair of clippers and just like snips a single wire and like unhooks it, and it pops open fairly easily. She then like fusses with the amulet and presses the garnet. And as it does, a drop of purple light falls off the garnet, hits the floor, and skids across the ground. Who is currently carrying what from what they've looted here?
I haven't looted, I think, anything. I've been dragging
have
around
the
the chest of porridge, but it's not in my inventory. It's too big.
I have one of the small candles.
Every single one of my pockets is filled with porridge.
And possums.
And possums.
Yeah.
Possums and
Oh,
porridge.
the possum
Don't
villages.
forget
Oh,
your
someone's
hat.
gotta start a restaurant called Possums and Porridge. That's all they serve.
A role-playing game, a very low-stakes one. Possums and
Mark,
porridge would be
don't
like the
forget your
hobo
hat.
only, like RPG.
Specifically a party full of bards and druids, maybe one bard, several druids, and many monks. They all took a vow of pilgrimage and poverty. They only eat possums and porridge.
It's good for the
Dude,
poor. It's
one
good for
dude.
the rich. Porridge.
One dude who just spec'd entirely into pole-arm fighting, so he just uses his hoe for literally everything.
There's a ranger. His hated enemy is any person who has money.
Well, that's just what Comrade is. But he's a paladin.
Yeah, true.
You know Samson in the Bible did
Yeah.
this thing where he would tie foxes together and then set them on fire and throw them.
I know.
What are you gonna do with them possums?
Samsung Agnes.
Could we please not do that? Well, I guess the possums are dead now. They're already lost.
If you give me like a couple of levels, I can raise them back as undead possums.
I want a fat undead. I wanted a fat live possum as a pet. Every
Well,
time
don't
I try to
worry,
get a
it'll get
pet,
even
it gets
fatter if it's undead.
ruined. Every time I try to get
Possum
a pet, it gets
Mortem.
ruined in this game. Wow.
I will, if you resurrect the possums, if you repair them a little bit, eventually the gases involved in being undead will build up to a point where they just kind of float everywhere.
Like a balloon.
Yeah.
Like a big fat possum.
But at that
balloon.
point, I will relegate them to equipment rather than creatures.
What about Sultan Rangoon or whatever his name was? We're still
The crab, he's around. I think he's still loyal to me mostly. Well, I don't know
He's
how
just
loyal he
getting
was in
some
the first
cigarettes.
place. He's just doing his own shit, I think.
Listen, this campaign has like 100 NPCs. They can't all be on screen all the time. We've got to go
We
see
already- We already have an.
Right, we do have a giant crab friend who is essentially serving as our wheels, and I think he's fine. But I would like, Penny's got her
See the woodland
familiars. I would
creature
like a little
section?
fat raccoon to hang out
You
with
have-
me.
We have a skull of an animated skeleton zombie that's still alive.
Yeah, but I want a fat raccoon, or
You
possum.
don't
Sorry.
know the womanly need to have a fat,
Yes,
petable raccoon.
yes. Women. You understand women.
Carl, you
Women
were
need
not
to have
here
a
at the beginning of when we started this game, where it just was like, "Oh, a crab! We should make him our friend."
What fucking
Let's make him our
Neopet can we
pet.
collect this
What
week?
yes.
Make my
basically,
NPC section even
For
more
real,
obnoxious to try and
the big-
navigate.
The
Yep.
beginning of this
What
campaign was
fucking
just me and
Tamagotchi
Penny.
can we fawn over and then neglect for the rest of the campaign?
No, well, I don't know where King
That's why I say
Dragon
Neopets
is.
specifically. They're all starving.
No.
More importantly, the effect. Who's carrying treasure?
Who's carrying what?
I'm not
what
carrying
you
any
What,
treasure.
was the, what was the effect again? Because I just came back.
I just need to know who's carrying what magical items. Or non-magical items, for that matter.
I'm not carrying anything from here.
In
so-
terms of new stuff,
Yes, new stuff from this dungeon.
I'm carrying the halberd
Okay.
and the jar of lie.
Okay.
I just have the candle stub, I think, at this point, and maybe the one book I picked up that Bass threw on the ground. I might have dragged into the other room with me.
Don't know if the gob counts as magical.
And probably the robe,
Just from
which I
this.
think you have. Penny.
Just from the room.
Okay.
I don't know if the robe counts, but I would assume.
In this
Oh,
case,
I don't
the
have
purple.
the robe anymore.
Who has the robe then?
I think we
You.
gave it to Mark last.
Oh, right, right,
it's
right. Yeah,
still-
okay.
No, it's still on the floor.
Which is where the light trails to.
Uh-oh.
And then as the light reaches the robe, it forms into a little sprite, like a little fairy, dances up and down on the cloth,
furry?
and then dramatically dies and explodes into a little flash of purple light in a very dramatic fashion.
Oh.
The robes or the light?
The light. The little
Okay,
light
the
forms a
robe's still
little,
there.
like, pixie person, and then has a little, like, over-dramatic death. And right before it fades away into that spark of light, it kind of opens one of its supposedly dead eyes and looks around like to make sure everyone's looking at it, and then explodes.
Reminds me of those like little fairies from Terraria that show you
Yeah.
treasure, and then
Yeah.
they die and like explode
Yeah.
on top of it.
The Fae on this island have a very long storied history.
Well, clearly it's. We could see. I'm guessing those of us who did see that it was alive and winking essentially before it quote unquote died. That this is a show. That this is performative.
Did it feel like we were being watched?
What
No.
would I roll for that?
It doesn't really seem. It doesn't seem to be an actual Fae. If it is, it's so old a vestige that it's not even sentient anymore.
Mm.
Well, that was spectacularly stupid. You can keep that, by the way.
Well, in case I need to find the world's ugliest dressing gown.
Bruh.
I meant the necklace alone.
That's what I mean. She like clicks it a couple more times, and all the little sprites dance across the ground, jump onto the robe, and then die.
So is it just a... Is it a necklace that has been pre-installed with a necrotic form of prestidigitation?
At this point, she's just kind of pressing the button idly and watching all the little sprites running off to their death.
You having fun, Salome?
It's kind of mesmerizing. Just endlessly click, 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 and sending all these little fae off to their death.
Going to magic the rest of the rope that's still attached to the rope trick, drag it over to the cloak and see if it has any effect on it.
Okay. The rope has no effect on it. The rope the rope is treated by physics fairly normally. It's a very heavy rope. It's like very heavy duty cloth.
Mm-hmm.
If you wore this in hot weather, you'd die a death. You'd be able to wring. If you wore this in hot weather, you'd be able to wring out your soul at the end of it. You'd sweat so much.
Okay. Gonna move Neri out of the position of the center of the room. Put the witch light in the center of the room, but levitate it so that it's at the length of what would be a normal candelabra hanging light fixture, and make it glow bright enough to illuminate the entire room. Walk back into eye line of this. Continue using her mage hand to click the button to see what else it says to us.
Okay, give me a second to write a new verse, because after the first one I had to start improvising. Honestly, I've been writing these on the fly.
I know!
Well, Bill, it's been pretty good, though. It's turned out okay.
I'm gonna click it like 10 times to see if it starts repeating phrases.
Bearer, seek, lest.
There's a spinning, loading
404.
symbol.
It's just at this point, there's just a heap of fae on the ground. All tripping over each other. All hurtling towards oblivion.
Yeah, like I said, there's a spinning loading symbol of dying fae.
Garbed in shade, inked in wolfsbane, faces fade, replaced with the profane.
You still got 9 more of these to go home slice.
I'll keep typing until I run out of ideas. This is just me freestyling at this point.
Bill's very good at freestyling, by the way, in terms of
As long as it's written down.
this kind of stuff. Okay, so yeah.
Couldn't we just try and brute force our way in there?
It's not a secret passage. It's basically an alchemical radio signal projecting ideas and thoughts and images into our head. Whomever was meant to be kept inside of this innermost sanctum, along with the ghoul thing that you accidentally pissed off, this was meant to basically keep the ghouls in frame of mind. In fact, I have an idea.
Oh
Come on.
no.
That flies outside of the room towards the hallway where the ghostly Fwatwa ectoplasm should have slowly dissipated by now. Do I still see it, Bill?
Sorry, what was that last bit?
The hallway that I spewed ectoplasm down to save them from the ghouls to give them spell checks. That was speaking the ghost. Jesus Christ, the creek. The ghostly Fatwa.
I was speaking the ghost of Jesus Christ. Like, I didn't think you could summon him. That's got to be a very high summoning spell.
Has the effect of the wailing stopped?
Yes, though there are still patches in the ground where it's still the odd vague shape that your brain interprets to resemble a face. Though upon looking at it more closely, it doesn't look that face-like at all. It just looks like a bump in the ground that shadow catches strangely.
Going to move Neri so I can make use of her abilities.
Mm-hmm.
Have her use Mage Hand to pick up what would effectively be a handful of the dust, we move back into the main chamber. Put the dust on the ground. Like, in the space, basically, between this chest, myself and Neri, like, across in the chair.
Yeah.
Right on the ground. Then, gonna huck a giant fat loogie on top of the pile of dust. I'm gonna make Neri take one step back, observe the effects. I know Bill's still typing, but I'm giving you so many things to do.
No, it's probably me typing in hearing.
More importantly, Mark, do you want to be standing this close to this experiment?
I've got no fear, remember? Yeah, I'll probably move out of the way.
Look over in the direction, Salome. If anything ghoulish pops up, just go ahead and cut its face off. That effect on your weapon is still active. Gonna back up one square, and very importantly, I'm going to move the witch light into a position so that the position in front where the dust is cast is now casting a shadow towards the door, a very long enough of a shadow that it would overlap in the space, and I'm going to observe where the shadow falls.
You notice that as soon as a shadow gets more than a few inches away from its projecting body, it turns blurry in this room.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of blends into the surrounding ambient lighting.
Focusing on the hard point where the shadow falls, as far as it remains solid. Do I observe any necrotic effects?
None that you can tell.
Suggest that Salome prepare an attack in case anything happens. Amon starts opening his mouth, and everyone that's looking at him, he's not forcing anyone to look, notices that his mouth just seems to keep unhinging. And then a gargling sound. Right on the ground. Moderate more amount of spit. Do I notice any necrotic effects?
Not that you can tell. You notice that without the presence of ambulatory undead, with the exception of yourself, of course, I'm talking about tangible ones.
Mm-hmm.
The supernatural manifestations have died down considerably. It seems that conflict between negative energy entities, if you had together, would probably be the catalyst here.
Conflict against negative energy. So
Two creatures both made of negative energy in opposition to each other.
I see.
Score and 6, the burdened threads with scheming tricks from high-flung heads. Which you believe is from a reference to an idiom, locally used.
Just look in Salome's general direction. You don't happen to be undead, are you?
She shakes her head.
And what about you, Mr. Blinky?
He shakes his whole body within the eye socket.
Well, unless somebody wants to go down several feet into the earth and go and find Mr. Sunderer, this experiment's a bust. Going to go into the library. Going to go into the library, observe the symbol. Does it look like it's in the exact same kind of mechanical device state as the radio?
differently positioned. This is flat against the ground. The battery setup was in the side of the sarcophagus.
I see. Going to back up slightly from the room. Make Neri walk to the doorframe. Use Mage Hand. Use all amounts of pressure and angles to see if the symbol can be depressed.
Could you roll me a strength check, please?
Or a strength check?
Me? Yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay.
If you, that is if you're not resisting this.
No.
Okay.
Trying to be helpful.
The very top layer of stone cracks slightly.
Is it the entire floor cracking or just the area of the sigil?
Just right next to the sigil, a very faint hairline crack.
I project the mental image of what I'm seeing into the room and move Neri out of the way. Salam, exactly how strong of a force can you create with your weapons?
Oh, Baz,
Yes.
you're currently being helped with the barrel. Or at the very least, someone's attempting to help you with the barrel.
Excellent.
Where
By the
did
way-
he go? Where did he go with the barrel?
Just walked off.
It's not a smart idea.
Yeah, Astra's helping me carry it.
Also,
Giving it to you is trivially easy.
I'll mention to Astra, who I would have to speak to in the Churches Guild that would be of sufficient rank to be able to, like... Basically, I'll tell her about my plans, that I would want to treat this area as my ward and take responsibility for
She'll
the...
pat down her armor and her harness, and after a while, she'll reach into like the back of her tasset and wrench free what almost looks like a pistol crossbow, but with no arms, and a very round tubular mechanism at the front.
Presume that's a flare.
She'll nod. Yep. Let's see, which one was it? She'll open up a little packet and like just start counting through. See, don't use that one ever.
Yeah, I've had to use one earlier.
Let's see. Here we go. Do you want to do the honors? I can
Very
take
well.
the barrel.
Very
She
well.
shoulders the barrel. It does seem to stoop her quite a bit more than it does you, given the stature difference. But she's chugging along quite nicely.
In that case, I shall fire it up into the air.
You're firing a flare into the air.
Yes.
The flares that with any
Traditionally,
fire nearby attract undead.
It's a different flare.
That's
To be
a
fair, you
very
wouldn't be
good,
privy to the...
yeah.
Also, the more important thing is that the flare attracts the God Squad.
God Team 6.
Fun fact, because the flare snakes its way into the air and explodes into the combined symbol of the metallic dragons, gold, silver, and bronze. And whilst you notice like there's been a few undead dotted around the periphery of the venue,
Mm-hmm.
where they'd been previously attracted to light sources, upon seeing that symbol in the air, they actually shy away from it. Like, you get the feeling that they don't like holy symbols very much.
Who
Excellent.
does?
There are a few mindless undead dotted around the venue still.
Try not to. Armand is actively like saying this. Try not to make us have to fight our way out of an undead swamp.
Oh no, they're walking away. They are trying to put space between all of you.
Okay. It's just a warning.
Well, the Churches Guild chose their symbol for a reason.
Don't worry. It would have made for a good brawl anyway, but nah, that's not the intention.
I've only regained consciousness and life for at least 2 hours. I'd like to keep on existing and undeath, please.
So did you find anything interesting in there?
There's another sigil on the floor, and I made her use her mage hand to try and apply pressure to it to see if it depressed like that one. All it did was crack the floor. Now I'm trying to wonder if the floor itself actually will break entirely, or if there's a way down here that we can navigate to continue exploring. How strong can you put off in pressure and force?
There's all this rainfall from bad. I mean more like what you dealt with so far. I wasn't able to get in. A few more of the undead here charged up when you were inside.
There were some ghouls inside. Surprisingly fast.
Nasty stuff.
Yeah.
I always hated those things.
Apparently also a crypt thing. He sort of scuttled off after I shot him. But
I was so
he'll be
obnoxious
around.
thinking you can never get rid of them. Like gnats at night.
I found them quite amusing, to be honest with you. Put up quite a show.
They lose their charm after a while.
Yeah, I could imagine that.
Sorry, I've been in this job a bit too long, I think. She'll heft the barrel onto the back of the horse. Do you want us to take it anywhere? I think it sounds like you guys have got this under control.
Take it back to the Church's Guild, and do not drink from it. I have a plan for it.
Don't worry, I don't drink.
Excellent.
You notice that the ATFW agent is also strapped to the side of the horse.
It's like a trophy from The Witcher.
Yeah.
Is this the ghost horse?
Yeah, Findus.
Alright then.
She'll ride off into the distance.
Oh, I just realized that you were talking through Estrella, not Salome. I'm just going to wait patiently for Salome to offer an answer.
Meantime, Baz is just going to sit up against the wall with his halberd in his hands and wait.
You keeping them big Morgoth iron one?
Yes.
Nice.
Just carrying it over his shoulder like a Korean MMO RPG fighter character.
Exactly.
Everyone laughs at the Morgoth iron because it doesn't hold a good edge, but you get nicked by it, and then that's that. Things start dropping off.
You don't run quite the same way.
Meanwhile, back in the crypt.
Could Eris go outside where Baz is, actually? Since I
So-
was away for that time. Since I do want to still collect things outside. I got stuck.
As you leave, you hear Salome arguing with Amon. It's like, if you're gonna smash the thing, just smash it. Shit will get off the pot.
Salome, darling. And he demonstrates by basically trying to put his foot through the ground and it disappearing through the ground, and his arm through the walls, and his hands peering through the walls. I am not a corporeal being.
See, this is why I never became undead. It's always excuses with you lot.
Well, I wasn't exactly a person who became undead. I was always like this.
See? as that conversation unfolds. Meanwhile, out with Eris and Baz.
You see those two undead there in the pond? So I point over to them.
Yeah.
They're kind of like hiding in the reeds, trying to hide their heads from the big burning holy symbol in the sky.
I will hand Eris a fuse grenade. You wanna toss this their way?
Oh god.
Wanna go
Oh
fishing?
god.
Collecting
I guess we should head out. Let's.
You should not be privy to this. You do not feel dread. Don't worry about it.
What doesn't Well,
This
Carl,
is just
doesn't he
party
feel
members
dread?
bonding.
Like I'm witnessing this and I'm talking Salome and I'm choosing to focus on the conversation with Salome while I'm mentally witnessing this. I'm like,
You're about to witness it. There's about to be a fucking car bombing happening.
Don't
I think
worry
that.
about it. You can
Like,
trust me.
The exact and just I have the
like,
power
I'm
of
not-
God
like,
as he cocks a revolver.
like
Points at the police.
like
Carl,
Armand is basically
are you not
like, Amon
relaying
is
this
just-
information to me and to Salome? That maybe we
Yes,
should get the
yes,
fuck out
active-
here?
like I'm actively sitting here talking to her. I'm like, no, Neri, just let it happen. Just let it happen. Just let it happen.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
Kids
I
are
can be
outside playing with
trusted
bottle rockets.
firearms and explosives.
I'm a little worried about the fucking roof over our heads. That's what
I'm
I'm
not gonna
concerned
throw
about.
it into the church.
He's not turning to the
they're-
church.
I have Aiden. That is very rude to assume that I would do that. I should do
It's
it out
kids-
of spite now.
It's kids playing with
She's a
bottle rockets.
Wiccan, not a Norse pagan. She's not going to just start burning churches here and there. She's not
That's
Varg.
It's not Varg.
She is a wolf, but she is not Varg.
It's like kids playing with sparklers. Just let them fuck around the undead.
Exactly.
Eris's response is just gonna be, will it help with collecting algae?
Yes.
Okay,
Probably.
Roll a bluff.
where should we go? No, I'm gonna just straight up believe it. He doesn't even need to roll, I'm just done.
I will still roll.
Unless you roll not one. Okay.
That's not bad, actually. How the hell do you have a plus 10?
I don't know.
That was suspicious.
What's best is that I believe him. Yep. Seems legit.
I'll just show where I should throw, I suppose.
Just
Billboard walk over there.
You're watching these
Walk
two zombies
alongside it.
trying to hide their heads from the light like two pissheads caught in a flashbang. I'm hungover, leave me alone. Oh, the light, it hurts,
Let me
man.
check
Fucking
what's my
ah.
ranged attack
Let's see.
bonus, even as if I even have
I will,
one.
I will give you an aid another. Also,
I actually have ranged attack bonus.
it has a. Let's see what the radius is on this thing.
Is it like 15 feet?
Actually, you know,
I might just
you
be
know-
funny.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna look to Salome and be like, actually, 1 second. I want to participate in this bullshit really fast. Stay here, please. Start teleporting quickly to Penny, just so that I'm in eyesight of whatever she's doing. Just gonna go over to her, start whispering the words, and grant her true strike.
Okay,
There
there's
you
a
go.
20-foot radius.
Fun fact: it works on things that are considered missiles as well.
Fun fact. The radius of a grenade is 20 feet. The range increment of a grenade is 10 feet. Don't worry, you get
Bruh.
like you can throw them up to 5.
Oh, this one has a 60-foot.
Oh damn.
Yep.
There you go.
Hey,
Fuck.
I'll just point where I should throw it.
You got something like a crossing a party popper and a rifle grenade.
Also, because it's in water, the actual radius will probably be significantly larger in the water.
Yes, but the
itself.
chunky salsa effect will be in effect.
Yes. Just somewhere over there. Wait.
I'm debating if I should cast Unerring Weapon on it.
Okay, for those not initiated, here's how the chunky salsa effect works. You've got, let's say you throw a grenade here. It's got a 20-foot radius.
Mhm.
5, 10 feet. 5, 10 feet. Oh no, little Billy No Mate's in the middle here has been hit by the explosion twice. He takes double damage. That is the chunky salsa effect.
Oh
It's
shit.
caused this because people in Shadowrun used to like throwing, so wait until someone went into like a stuffer shack or other enclosed space, throw a grenade through the door, and run the person down to chunky salsa
Nice.
because the blast would keep bouncing off the walls in every direction.
Actually, yeah, just throw it into this square.
Now which one? Oh. What is get them? What? Oh.
You literally can't miss. Just toss it.
Time to go fishing.
Okay, here I go. So
Here I go.
I have. Oh, I
Oh,
almost fucked up already. Okay. So we have the +2 for my ranged attack bonus, and we have a +20 from True Strike, Baz, you were aiding another?
Yeah, for +6.
$46. Will that hit?
Yes.
Will it land where it should?
Yes. DC is 10. Calm
I would
down.
be surprised if they were able to roll against the effect of True Striking Live.
Now, the grenade itself does 3d6 bludgeoning and 3d6 fire.
Can I roll those as well?
That's
Yes.
not a grenade, that's a propane bomb.
3d6 plus...
Like the amount of incendiary that you need to replicate this effect. That does more damage than chlorine
Then
gas.
we got 27.
Okay, there is a chain of explosions. Everything in this, like, algae rains in the area, like on the opposite side of the church is raining algae.
I will just...
See, told you.
I will just try and open as many bottles
And
as I
Eris,
can.
you would appreciate the comment. However, you are currently deaf.
Huh? What?
You are deaf.
I see your lips moving. What?
I told you.
What?
I'm just gonna go ahead and
Han,
allow them.
Baz, you are also deaf.
I'm just gonna go ahead and transmit their thoughts to each other so they can hear and be like, "Have fun, kids!"
The tinnitus
Start-
doubles.
He might be deaf, but he's smiling.
Like teleport right back to where I was.
Okay, imagine this. You know, mic feedback?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Now use it with tinnitus.
Bruh.
I was just
The-
gonna
the-
start just clawing at her own ears. Just sinking down into
just
a little
Imagining the
puddle.
sound effects from a COD cutscene where everything goes slow-mo.
Yes.
It's basically that.
Meanwhile, I'm just laughing all the way back inside. I'm like, what were we arguing about?
The whole boy, nearly the whole point time they've been outside arguing.
Huh?
Salome has just been stood there like hitting the button to keep sending more of these fate to their deaths.
Okay. Why?
Also, are those
Um,
ghouls actually dead?
What?
Oh yeah, they
They're
are rendered down to a fine mist.
Good.
They have been powdered.
Well,
So I
here-
think-
They have been reduced to their essential salts as well.
here's the question
Oh,
though:
no.
since you have blown liquid into the air and it's raining down, does
You
any
have
of
a
that liquid
roof that you can
rehydrate them?
control.
What? I would rehydrate them. Why?
Well, he said that's what Bill told us last
Essen-
session.
Yeah.
If a
Oh,
person
Turn
was
into
to rehydrate,
essential salts, and now they're falling back into the pond where they got exploded in.
Oh.
Meanwhile,
Huh.
laying on the ground with bits of shrapnel all over it is a very tiny green spider that's glowing. It was blown free of the water.
Am I, by the way, free to like move outside now?
yes,
Okay.
you've always been
Okay.
free.
Well, I didn't know. Like, I didn't know if you were still controlling my body, Carl.
I will always narrate when
It's
I'm
hard to
choosing
tell
to make you do
so-
something.
It's hard to tell when you're playing Shining Force and when you're not.
Yeah.
you are free to continue.
I'm
moving
just.
around.
I've come down here.
Just remember,
down the
any
stairs.
any stuff that Carl tells you do is extra and free and can be resisted if you desire.
Yeah, I know. I wasn't trying to, but I wasn't resisting. So it's like, oh, just I don't know, control my corpse like or control my form like a, whatever, like a Barbie doll. I don't know.
Comrade, as you're watching this, Slome's kind of just as everyone else leaves. Comrade watches Slimy like look left, look right, trundle over, pick up the robe, and try it on. It's like miles too big for her, and it's actually like physically weighing it out. And she kind of just sits herself down in the seat, props her feet up on the armrest, and looks a bit smug.
Well, I'm watching her do this, and I'm like, try pressing the button and see what happens.
Is it to her or to Mark.
To Salome.
She looks around. Which one?
The button on the amulet. You've been pressing it the entire time. You put the rope on, press the button, see what happens.
As she does, there are a number of lights that show up on the surface of the cloth.
Oh no.
Can one of you deal with this thing? I don't like it anymore.
I don't want anything to do with it.
You can leave it on the ground.
Well, I doubt we should leave it.
She kind of like leans over and like shucks the robe off her shoulders like a suit of chainmail. If anyone's ever seen someone take chainmail off, you know how awkward it looks.
Yeah.
It basically is a handstand where you have to try it and like
Oh god.
remove a belt midway through.
You have to like look at the ground with your body and then just awkwardly shimmy it off of you.
Like you need to just
That's
downward dog and
terrible.
let the weight of the metal take it off
Yeah.
your body.
I had to go through that. It's fucking terrible. Han didn't
Just-
even help me.
Just
Just
watching the mental.
watched.
I recorded it.
So let me like legit like face like puts hands to the ground, like walks her feet up the wall, and lets that like shuck the robe off of her body.
Just basically watching a scene from Merlin play out in front of me.
Sort of like
BBC slapstick, everybody! Just got up, put the fucking robe around the room, pranced around, and it's like,
He's
I don't like
referring
it anymore.
to Merlin, the television show, not my
Yes.
favorite, the 1998, the best movie ever made, the 1998 made-for-television movie, Merlin, which is the better version. But I digress.
Yes, I'm referring to the shitty BBC drama.
Oh,
made for children.
I've seen it. I love that show too. Don't worry.
literally just a bunch of like what do you call it? Like a bunch of like T-bopper models wearing
Yeah.
wearing
Pretty
LARP
much.
armor.
Teeny boppers, yeah, wandering on LARP gear.
Right.
It's still a really fun show.
It's warm, it's heavy, it's uncomfortable. You deal with it. I'm not dealing with this thing. She kind of just
Yeah.
tosses it in there.
I nodded her, like, okay, that's fine. Still, I'm gonna need your assistance. At least what I need you to do is to tie the rope that's still attached to the interdimensional space around your waist to the chest.
She just kind of like wrenches the rope off her waist and just loops it around completely. She doesn't even like loop it around herself. She basically like whips the cord and it hooks around.
Mm-hmm.
You've only seen this a few times. Some people can do like trick loops with ropes so that they can actually like tie knots at range. It's it's usually a stevedore like trick. So people walking down the docks, like mooring like ships. But some people can like moor a boat in like 3 movements.
Mm-hmm.
You notice that she uses one of those like stevedore tricks.
I see. Thank you kindly. Mr. Blinky, do you mind? Well, actually, first, can you fly?
It nods.
Okay. Just so you notice, Salome, if Salome chooses
Salome
to pay
winces and like rubs her eye socket as he does that. It's clear that he doesn't get to do that very often.
Salome, if she chooses to pay attention, because Neri's around the corner, is just going to notice the interdimensional pocket that the rest of the rope length is coming out of. Just slowly starts to wince the chair or the chest into the air and levitate it over into the other room. Can you give me a physical representation of where Mr. Blinky is?
It's currently in Salome's head.
Ah.
It sits in her eye socket and acts as one of her eyes.
Can he come out of the eye socket? I actually need him. Can you please assist me, Mr. Blinky? Well, actually, first he corrects himself. Actually, do you have an honorific that you would like to be called instead?
Not allowed to say. But for a favour, I can help you.
Thank you kindly.
I'll say so. It's more like and a hollow crunching noise as it wrenches itself free.
Armand's going to summon an additional witch light to sit on the top of the ceiling in the room, casting light downwards towards the floor. Not so much, but particularly kind of like a laser. It's a little sunbeam.
Mm-hmm.
Move the chest with the telepathic rope trip. Wince it and attach the interdimensional pocket close to, but not in front of the ceiling. And it's going to kind of enshroud the ghost light. So now it's focusing like a hollow beam of light directly along the length of the rope, making a spotlight effect on top of the chest.
Mm-hmm.
Drop the chest onto the crack.
Ah. Inside is another amulet.
Inside of the crack of the floor?
As the layer of granite, what appears to be a veneer, in fact, cracks away, revealing a number of cogs and an ornate amulet.
Cogs in the floor.
Yes. They're very crude. They've been hewn from stone. And they've been edged with copper and tin.
The cogs themselves are made of stone.
Yes.
Interlaced with teeth.
Yes, with tin and copper, like plating.
Perception and, I guess, would this count as dungeoneering and engineering?
Either or.
Dungeoneering.
The line between dungeoneering and engineering is very, very fine.
28 and 10.
Okay. That amulet is not related to the mechanism. The mechanism is a simple, it's a ratchet. In this case, it's got a slow release. If this mechanism is activated properly, with a key, it will slowly sink down and reveal kind of a makeshift spiral staircase. It will be very narrow and awkward to go down, but it will reveal a spiral staircase going downwards.
Is it possible to trace where the key would be found?
Not without some kind of divination magic.
Telepathically to everybody in the party. I have found the mechanisms for a staircase to go down. There's another amulet. Turn to Mr. Blinky. Mr. Blinky, do you happen to have divination magic?
He looks very flattered. It'll be a big favor if I use it there.
What would you like in return?
It'll be a big favor. I don't know what it'll be, but it'll be a big favor. You understand?
Am I going to be put in mortal peril?
Probably not.
It's a done deal. I would shake your hand, but it's
Wait,
very
what do you mean
tiny.
mortal peril? You're undead.
Well, you see,
You don't have mortal peril.
not for me, for them.
Blinky looks at, kind of turns around in its socket. Oh, there. Oh, look at him. He actually cares about his bloody his hangers-on, like some people. You know, this conversation between you and him, and Salome is not privy to it.
Does Mr. Blinky choose to perceive my form? This is a question I haven't asked anybody at all, because nobody's cared to pay attention.
Oh, he can see you.
Blinky can notice that underneath what would basically be a human face, there's a very wide, ghostly grin with giant teeth, like Cousin Fred of Courage the Cowardly Dog, and the grin just widens. He's like, no problem.
She said she needed space. At which point, Blinky will take his time to use his once per week ability. Commune.
Oh, what?
I see.
Commune. A level 12 6-set question, literally calling up management.
Does he happen to have that one trait by any chance?
No, it's inherent to his race.
Ah. see.
Out of respect, I haven't been trying to figure out what he is. May I ask him what he is?
I'm an inevitable, you undead tosspot. An arbiter.
Aldridge-
An arbiter of the universal truths.
Ah,
Bound to this degenerate bitch.
bound to her. As penance?
It's like a familiar more like. I'm meant to rehabilitate her. You have any idea how long this has been?
How long?
I was installed when she lost her eye at the age of 3.
How did... He actively stutters, and he can basically see this ghostly grin that I had, clatter like teeth, chattering with bone, in an eldritch tone. How do you lose your eye at 3?
When you first start using blood magic at 3. And form your eye into a knife to stab another child. By mistake.
Armand just looks at her.
As this is happening, Salome is just nonchalantly walking away.
Armand's just gonna have Neri follow her to make sure she doesn't wander off.
I guess so, yeah. Why not?
Is Blinky still in the room with me?
She goes outside. Salome is outside. She's smoking a pipe.
Okay. Is Mr. Blinky still in the room with me?
Yes.
Okay. Unfortunately, Mr. Blinky, I can't pick up the amulet because I'm having Neri keep eye on her. Pardon the
Cute.
pun.
Real cute. I've been for a lot, okay? I've been for an awful lot.
Well,
So I can't lift it either. I'm not permitted to touch things like that.
neither am I. That's what usually they're for.
Baz, you hear something?
Yes. Is it people from the Churches Guild by any chance?
Oh yes, no. There's two voices, in fact. Now you mention it. The first voice is a nasally, whiny little voice going, "You big ugly fucker." One with the troll bloodline. Yeah, you. Don't look around. It's you.
What is it?
Could you come in here and help us lift this thing up, please? Your mate can't lift it, neither can I.
Inside?
As Eris will, like, look.
I presume this is coming from inside the church.
Yes.
Yes.
Alright.
The nasally effect was a nice touch.
Alright.
Well, I was just thinking of what would a very long-suffering inevitable sound like.
The ATF dude moved. The snow. Oh. He's gone.
So where's the sarcophagus that needs to be lifted? Is it the one with the Duracell thing?
As he walks into the room, Armand just basically does a motion with his hand, and Hans's entire body twists in the direction of the, not twists as in his body snaps. His body twists around, like he's being redirected like a child who's about to walk into something dangerous, like a glass table edge. His body twists in the direction of the library, like, no, I need you to lift an amulet on the floor.
Huh. I presume it's here, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Don't press anything else. There's a mechanism in this room for the stone staircase, but I don't know where the key is.
Can I try and lift up the amulet?
As you go to reach towards the amulet, outside, Neri.
Yeah.
As you're standing outside, Neri and Salome is just kind of quietly smoking. She suddenly looks up, looks down the pathway. I need to go return some books. She suddenly sprints off down some of the corridors.
Yo.
Fuck, what you heard is what you hear.
As a group of people are now one's on horseback and two groups of people are on foot.
Oh, I'll try to catch her. I don't know if I can. Probably not. I'm very slow and
She's
heavy.
moving fast.
Fug.
This
All
going.
right.
Astra is back ahead of two groups of two small people. One is a very large, jovial-looking man.
Oh. Baz. Oh, it's not you, Baz. It looks like you, though. Could be your
And
cousin.
the other
Baz
is a
looks
very
depressed.
untoward-looking pair. I
We apologize if this is you.
I'm assuming this is a deep cut joke I don't get.
No, I just
No,
found
no.
this image online, found it hilarious.
No, I do apologize if this is you, but however, it's also the most fucking based image I've ever seen, so I don't also apologize.
We
Like,
respect
holy
the
shit.
drip.
This looks like something from a medieval version of Trailer Park Boys.
Yeah, it kind of has that vibe.
Incomprehensible levels of drip. Yes. This is amazing. Alright.
As these group of people ride in,
Are they on this, like, rotted horse?
no,
Findus,
they're walking
he has a
beside
name.
Findus.
Oh, I forgot, yeah. Fuck, sorry.
You see the large man.
Sorry.
Excellent, excellent. I've been trying to clear this place out for weeks.
I'll say to them, excuse me, what?
Why does he sound like Vince McMahon?
You I've got to thank then.
You wanted to clean this place out, meaning solving the undead problem that's been occurring around here.
Is that what's causing all the fuss? Excellent, excellent. Less undead, the better.
Well, yeah, we did deal with it, I think.
You notice that Astra is like visibly uncomfortable.
I think we did
Boss,
mostly
you
deal
want
with
anything
it.
done?
Well, why didn't you guys come out here and try to clear it out yourself if you knew it was an issue?
Manpower, girl, manpower. Not be everywhere at once, after all. This place was self-contained. I haven't seen these walls broken since I was born.
It didn't appear to be self-contained. It was spilling out into all of the, around surrounding areas.
Stranded always happen around this neck of the woods. It builds character. Right.
Okay, well...
well, I've been over it. Oh, goodness me, is that what the alert racket was? He is like... He is... No, for now, no fuss. He will reach out a hand to your ears, and there's a very loud pop as you suddenly regain your hearing. No more fuss now.
Hello.
Oh.
Goodness me, kids these days always laying about doing that. And you there, Wastrel? You up to no good?
I believe Mark is being talked to because his roll 20 crashed.
Yeah, he just got back.
Yeah, I'm having a spot of bother.
You were being accosted by a large, fat lad who was asking if you're up to no good.
I'll do detect bourgeoisie on him.
Your bourgeoisie sense squints because it's really hard to keep a tab on what quite you're looking at.
Large lad.
So he can't tell if
He's very mixed
bourgeois
signals.
or not. Okay.
He might be a lad, but he smells like booze.
No, I'm not up to any sort of trouble.
Why the bloody hell not then? Come on, get on your feet.
Oh god.
To be adventurous around this neck of the woods, not a bunch of fucking dilettantes.
I'm far less interested in adventure than I am in revolution.
We already had all this fuss for the People's Front, and they ended up being led by a bunch of vampires.
Yeah, but did they have one of these and I pull out a crowbar with a gemstone rune thing on it?
Well, that's not
And I
that's pretty
spin the
compelling.
orb on my finger as well, like a basketball.
It's funny you mentioned like a basketball because there's something coming down down the proverbial chute towards you, and
no.
the name I will give you for free. the Harlem Globetrotskis. I'm just gonna give you that one for free. I'll let you. You'll see it when you get it. Thanks, sir.
Thanks for the setup, coming Mark. Like, now, Bill, who I guarantee he's already written this shit, and, like, planned it
There's
out.
a lot of very strange
And now
thought in
there's some
Soviet plans.
foreshadowing.
He's had
Yeah.
a fortnight to plan on this.
Yeah, so I was a bit drunk. I wasn't playing this shit. I had to write all my rhymes on the fly. It took me ages.
That's how a good lyricist works, though, Bill. Gotta write your rhymes on the fly.
Meanwhile, in the church, Armand is aware of this, and even though Salome's still blocking her mind and her thoughts, I can still see with her one eye her rapidly running away from the church. I just look over to.
She is, when she hits the water, she's skimming across it like a stone. That's how fast she's moving. She's literally just pushing all the blood in her body at the fastest speed it'll go. When she gets to a certain distance, there's suddenly a noise from the inevitable, and he pops out of existence. And you feel him pop back into place and slow his eye socket.
I was about to ask if he can tell that she's running away.
He can now.
In
He gets
conclusion,
forcefully dragged in there. I don't want to know the G-force he's suddenly under.
Well, that answers
well,
that question.
everyone's favorite new outlaw is on her way into the middle wilderness.
Well,
I can still detect her. I can still detect her.
In the meantime, I'll try and pick up the amulet.
It's just gonna be difficult to communicate with her.
As you look into the amulet, Baz, something kind of creeps into your mind. Emergencies only.
Do I hear the thought?
I will relay this, and I'll mention that we may want to be careful with picking this up.
Noted.
Could I roll sense motive on this?
You may, and also you may roll spellcraft if you wish. That goes to everyone.
Alright.
Roll to aid him. Just from the spellcraft roll.
Okay. You have no idea what this is, but it's potent. It crackles in the hands.
Baz, go ahead and give that a toss-up to the spectral light in the sky, pointing a general finger in the direction of the rope trick dimension hole.
I shall oblige.
It bounces off of the extra-dimensional barrier.
And onto the floor and off the chest.
Yeah.
Can I catch it?
Yeah. You may.
Right. Seems quite stubborn.
It might be very dangerous, but we need to keep an eye on it. But we need to keep it out of people's hands. Pulling the dimensional space over and across the floor like a person pulling a dog on a leash. Armand just slowly tugs it towards Baz's direction. Put it in the porridge chest.
Alright.
If you toss it into the porridge chest, it will sit on top of the porridge and stay there.
Oh, shit, I forgot to drag my fucking big chest of porridge out.
Nope, it's mine now.
Oh, okay, you did get it. Okay,
Claimed
cool,
by the
cool,
zone.
cool.
Yes,
That's cool.
As an incorporeal being, I have to get creative about this because I chose not to take an mage hand
Alright.
myself.
Yeah, I know. Very cool, though. Okay, you got the porridge.
Okay. Just gonna go ahead and tug along the chest and basically drag the internal space behind me like a leash, dragging the chest slowly around the room, but lifting it so that it's kind of floating, kind of like if a little yippy dog is being pulled up by the collar of the neck, so it floats off the floor, wincing the rest of the rope up and down like a length, floating towards the beginning of the church. Baz, come along. There's people outside.
Alright, let's go say hello.
I managed to get back in now, and that is a rather large fella standing next to me. It's a big lad, or whatever the phrase was.
Large lad.
Be the new fella.
Large lad.
Yes, the name's Baz O'Gate, sir. At your service.
Wiley, sir, a chap with some dignity. He'll hold out his chunky arm, and so he can shake your hand.
I will firmly give him a handshake.
It's a
Nero
pleasure to
will-
meet. Pleasure to meet you, son.
As he's
Pleasure's all mine, so.
It is indeed Cardinal Calante at your service.
This man looks
What a
built
lad.
different.
The
What an
regional
absolute
head of the
lad.
Churches Guild in this parish.
Oh,
What
shit.
a lad. Neri will notice, if she pays attention to the left side of her body, that the chest is slowly being dragged outside by a
In the
box.
background, it's just slowly like dragging itself across like a Gmod prop.
It's like it's playing prop hunt.
And,
Oh.
Just sneaking.
and as the spell ends, the rest of the upper end of the rope that was being held in the interdimensional space just spools itself out into her hands. Hold on to that.
All right, I got the. Okay, so I've got some rope. What was the amount of rope?
There was a length of it that was cut off. It originally started as 30 feet.
I think it's probably like what, 15 then now? 20?
No, probably more like 25.
Okay. Okay. Well, how heavy is this chest, by the way, Bill?
It's not that heavy. It's just a
It's not that heavy.
It's about
400?
50, probably about 100 pounds away.
Oh, okay. I
Probably
can easily lift that
with
just
all the
up.
goo and the bits of dead possum.
All right, I can easily lift that up and throw it over my shoulder, which I will do.
It's your horrible lot then, lad.
Yep.
Well, yeah.
This is, these are my compatriots.
Armand's gonna have Penny.
Some others do have them then.
Armand's gonna have Penny look directly north of her to give sight of what's happening around here. And I'm going to dimensional doorway step outside and out of the line of sight of the cardinal, close enough that I can teleport into her.
Teleportal.
Yeah, you can't quite pick them, but they're a fine lot.
I'm gonna teleport hop to Mark.
Well, we didn't.
You met
we didn't
Astra,
quite
and
pick
here
each
are my
other, to
good
be
compatriots, my factotums, one and all. The brothers' bodge, the brothers' job, Arthur and Bodge's job. They in unison go. You right?
My first question immediately is: Do Bodge and Arthur Job have any sisters?
I think it's a dangerous question to ask, Mark.
You won't believe their names. What kind of a cruel person would name their children that? For the purposes of this campaign, let's say that the Job brothers do not have any sisters. For the purposes of the Patreon, you won't be seeing them in this one. I'll leave that to the more degenerate DMs that are around on the circuit these days. My games are purely PG affair. Now, onto the apartheid era.
PG stands for pornographic.
So, you lad in charge of this little operation then? He rubs his chubby hands together.
Indeed I am, sir. Sort of.
Excellent. Well, splendid, Joss, splendid. So what brought you out here then?
Well-
we were brought up.
Initially, we were looking for algae for some scholarly fella, but that sort of,
Big fat lad?
yeah, that one.
He's like, he just sighs and kind of like cringes like to himself.
Yeah.
Never applied himself once.
As Eris is just in the background collecting algae. By the way, how much algae have I collected by now? Like from the
God.
exploding
Also,
thing.
I would have handed you the pitchfork.
Yes, I would have used it as well. Can I roll?
How much algae?
Yeah.
I think we have collected like a fair amount, enough to bring back
What
to.
do I roll?
That'd be a survival check, please.
Oh god.
The cardinal will look to the brothers, kind of like nod his head towards it, and they will advance, each carrying a rake. You alright? Need a hand?
Yeah. That's around 11.
Right, you are. Don't worry. We'll get this sorted out. No problem whatsoever.
Make sure
Hey,
it's
brother.
from like different spots
You're right.
to label the bottles, please.
Can
Don't
they
worry.
write?
I can
That's a
write if
question.
need be.
Yeah.
While they're doing that, I'm trying to maintain visual relevancy of what Salome's running through as she continues running across everything. Where are you going?
Not there.
Problems with the church?
It's none of your fucking business. And then the feed cuts.
Oh,
Lamau.
Do I
I
need
guess she got
to?
too far away.
There's technically on a range, but she can just choose not to talk.
Mm.
Do I still see what she's seeing?
No, your access to her senses completely cuts out.
She just closes her eyes.
As you
just
feel-
like, fuck you.
You literally feel any kind of ectoplasmic trace of you get forcibly purged out of the system.
Hmm.
Arrest alchemy is really underrated ability. The ability to turn off potions and alchemical and pseudo-alchemical effects like ectoplasm.
Well, as I was saying, Cardinal, so we went in search of algae, and it sort of spiraled out of control a little bit, but we got to deal with some of the undead, sort them out, and clear out the old church building. At least the top level, that is.
Right.
It seemed there was a powerful lich kind of entity that was controlling the undead. We took him out.
Crypt thing.
7 now.
They
I was
even
going to
killed-
say, bloody hell, Lich is a bit highfalutin for this neck of the woods. I didn't think, though, whose rumours are true.
They even killed an ATF agent.
He
I know, we had to
spontaneously
repatriate him.
combusted.
Crying shame.
He was a
He
good
was a-
man. What a
he was a
wrong
w-
way to die.
He was a week away from retirement.
He always was.
What, just one more week.
Do you want to have Kari Mark move a square down next to Estrella? Yep. Just gonna have him reach an arm onto her shoulder.
I should say she is on horseback. She is a fair ways up. Findus is a big horse. He's like
Fair.
16 hands.
But basically, then reach out for her hand and be like, "Hey, can you give me a hand real quick?" In his voice.
Wait, did you just commandeer Mark?
Yes.
You commandeered your comrade to do this? Oh, okay.
Our comrade.
Comrade, are you gonna resist him commandeering your body? Or are you gonna see what he's gonna do with it?
Yeah, I'll wait and see.
Might be the will of the people.
Precisely, I guess.
Don't mind.
Astral dismount. Of course. How can I help?
I'll stroke the horse and I'll say,
Nice, pretty paisley horsey.
Look
I bet
over.
the horsey wants some sugar cubes.
In his voice, we happened to meet somebody in the church. It was a person who happened to be extremely talented with a particular kind of sorcery. They were using things like her blood, like a weapon. Is there any person that you know of that happens to be on the loose that has anything that is to that description?
There's a few. There's a few outlaws in this neck of the woods who use sanguimancy. Cardinal, do you have the book of bounties? Of course. He'll reach into his sleeves and pull out a fairly thickly bound little blue book. Hand it over. Okay, let's see. There's a few. Here we go. There's the There's at least 2 on the run. One's just known as the Dilettante, and the other is known as Salome Guire.
That's her. Apparently, she had been trying to stalk around the church. Again, in Mark's voice. She's been trying to stalk around this church. The seals were still holding, but the thing inside was able to see her, teleported her inside the crypt, and kept her hostage. We ended up defeating it in combat. It intrinsically freed her from the crypt she was sealed in. Now she's on the run again.
On hearing that, okay, don't worry, we got this under control. Asher will go over to the side, take out another flare gun, load another flare, and arm up in the air, cover the other ear. So both ears are covered, mouth open. That one goes up. That one goes way higher and is a fairly spectacular orange burst of light.
Does it also form a sigil?
This one is more of just a burst. Ugh. Bounty Hunter's Guild will send every Tom, Dick and Harry down here. Are you ready for some company? Get the kettle on, mate. Get the kettle on. You're going to need it.
Alright.
Right, let's make this house a home, shall we?
Let's.
Boys? Yep. The brothers Bodge and Arthur will look over. One of the smaller of the 2 brothers has had a broom handle hooked underneath. Sorry, a rake handle hooked underneath their robes belt, and has been slowly leaned out over the water to collect deeper samples of algae.
Let's go. How many bottles worth have they helped collect?
6.
In a total. 6. Okay.
Got some work to do, boys. Plenty of work to do. As he says that, their shoulders kind of sink.
Yeah, the inside of the church is filled with this dust, this corpse dust.
Immediate teleport into Vaz. Constrict his mouth slightly to then change a couple of words.
Huh?
I will
In his
resist
voice.
this.
Yeah, wow.
Roll will save that.
DC 19.
Alright.
Well, what are you doing?
Communicating to Miri. We do not need to tell them about what is happening here yet.
Okay, well, if we're communicating telepathically, I'll say these people do not seem like they're our enemies. They seem like nice locals, and I don't know why we wouldn't explain to them what's happening. They've come here, been completely polite and courteous to us, so I don't understand why we'd lie.
Teleport to Miri while he resists.
Comes out clear. Don't worry, lad. We've dealt with this kind of thing before. We'll have to get some people sweep through to make sure everything's hunky-dory, and we'll get the place all squared away.
Sounds good.
Communicating directly to Miri.
Imagine, if you can, you're an undead being from beyond this plane. You serve a goddess of freedom. You don't remember anything other than being rooted to a tree and a sword from a place that was once thriving with life, now a valley of death. You're risen by 4 people. A church extricates necrotic energy and force from wards placed from ages gone past. A ghoul thing lies and says that it is a lich, but it's not. Sitting on top of what is effectively a necropolis. A woman who wanted to use reagents to increase her magic, being in service to a thing from beyond ages, communes with a god, then runs away from the church.
Yeah, I can imagine. I just saw it.
Whether you want to or not, there are things that I need to understand, and I don't trust a lot of things right now. I want to know what they know. If we tell them things that I don't think they should know fully, we will not know what we're doing.
Yeah, but look at how nice and you know, round this lad is. Like, he is so rotund. He can't be a bad lad. Look,
You hear the sound of chain smoking and someone smoking with one hand and rolling a cigarette with the other. We late to the shindig, or is this thing still going on then?
see how nice these lads are?
It's a fucking bounty.
Yes, he's a proper actual chud, but I need you to understand. I want to contain whatever this is to here. Do we have any idea what this church wants with this place?
To be fair, I don't really know. So I guess you have a point.
I don't intend on lying. I just
I
don't,
don't
want
think
them.
you're lying.
I
Why
just
don't-
don't. I just don't want them to end up causing anything here, going up in a kettle smoke, and then having undead all across this land as a fault of you giving away information. 2, a woman who I just contracted into our service running away because of the church. And 3, if I need to remind you, we are sitting on a giant powder keg of undead. My first concern is that it stays unlit. Savvy?
Yeah, understandable. I just don't think it's nice to lie. I think it's incorrect to lie to people. So I Neri will object to lying to the populace.
Also, fourthly and finally, Neri, sweetie, baby jinx, darling, I want you to remember, I am an undead ghost!
Yeah, I know.
I don't want them to know I exist right now!
Well, yeah, well then don't stop possessing people, my dude. Like, it'll be alright. Like, just
It should
just
be
lay
noted
low.
that the Cardinal is looking very carefully at both of you.
All he sees is her staring intently into the distance.
I think I'm probably like my eyes would probably be like flickering around in my head, like going in like loop-de-loops or something, you know, having a conversation.
As
with
this is
myself.
happening, you hear in this distance, little Findus, there you are. Good to see you again, you skeletal horse bastard. As you see the man with the bow and a dodgy haircut, just kind of ruffle the gaunt-looking horse's mouth. Look at you. Astra, I do not know where you found this creature, but I'm not sure whether I should praise it as a thing of beauty or put it back in the oven until it's done.
Armand will sigh and project the final sentence of his conversation with Neri. Regardless of anything else, it is imperative, until I know what their stance is about the people here, that you do not tell them that I exist.
Understandable. All right, and I'll make like I'll make a lips closed maneuver, even though that might make it worse. But
Astra, there you are. I've seen you donkey's ears. Come on. Right. As what can you describe it as? A elf with a beer gut.
wow.
Walks up,
Where do you
grabs
find this?
Astra in a bear hug, like lifts her off the ground. As he hugs her. God, you finally made some friends, did you?
Shillelagh.
I love this elf.
I love this elf as well. This
Damn
beer
time
gun
made some friends
shillelagh.
other than us. Meanwhile, the very shabby-looking gentleman will wander, goes up to a comrade, takes a pack of rolling backy out of his hands, offers you a cigarette.
What?
This is to comrade.
I know.
Thank you, my good man. Here, have a crowbar.
Bargain. Right. This is the best gift I've ever had, thank you.
Like your boots, bud.
Oh, thanks. They're bespoke. I had to because of the flat feet. They are some really shabby look. He looks like he woke up in a ditch.
He looked like he woke up in a Kafka story.
Yeah, exactly.
Right behind him is this immaculately dressed young lady in basically field plate. If it'll load.
That's a good drawing.
And
Nice.
carrying a rune-inscribed poleaxe.
Nice.
She is looking grumpily at her compatriot, mainly because she only comes up to like the middle of his back. The
Oh, is
shabby
this your
gentleman will
daughter? I'll ask
turn
you.
around.
She's so small.
He'll like splutter past his cigarette. Astral cringe visibly. The elf will begin laughing his ass off. And the woman with the poleaxe looks like she's about to commit murder. And I think that's a good time. Right before the poleaxe gets swung is the best time to call it there. Because it's 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
My apologies to those who have things to do tomorrow morning, because we run late, unfortunately. But I hope everyone's had a good evening in this more puzzle and social-oriented episode. There was a few explosions.
Yes.
And we find ourselves here at the. What would you say we wanted to set up shop? Here's half the church's guild.
Seems to be the more chill part of the church's guild, so that's good.
Well, you don't send in the uptight people to actually go and do physical labor.
That's true.
Like Jahangir.
If Jahangir turns up, it would be to kill everyone here.
Yeah.
I guess if Jahangir turns up, it's usually a good sign. It's the full on like zoink zoink Scoob. No civilians were unarmed.
Zoink Scoob, is that the Goof Troop?
You look like you're in charge. Jahangir is in literally like the Goof Troop branch of the Church's Guild. The people is like, we've got some problem with heretics. Better send in the people who know how people taste.
Oh God. Speaking of which, all right. Not speaking of which, but on that note, I should say, let's end it for tonight. Thank you all so much for tuning in and watching, and I will see you all tomorrow for our regular stream. I am trying to finish my video as fast as I can, but it's
Make sure to take
motherfucker.
rests, though, too, please. Don't overwork yourself.
No. It's all good. And also, of course, you can find links to both Carl and Mark in the description box of this video if you would like to check out their content. We will see you all next week, same time, same place. And again, I will see you tomorrow on the politics stream. Take care and bye-bye.
Ella Patron.
Fuck off.